It's the race day we've been waiting for. It's the final round of the Oceanic Endurance Championship, supported by West End Mazda. This is the 8 hours of Le Mans, and it will be the decider to work out who wins our championships and who gets the wild card into the Neo Le Mans 24. Good morning, my name is Jay Kennedy. Alongside me in the booth for this race, Fonty, Scott Fountain. Fonty, it's going to be a really interesting race. A lot of names coming in for the first time into this series, a few wild cards, pretty decent and strong fields through both fields as well.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Jay. Welcome everybody to V8s Online. Yes, this is the last round of the Oceanic Endurance Championship. It's the second season we've run this. Last year was a bit of a test season, huge success, and it's moved on to bigger and better things. This round has certainly brought the numbers in. It is great to see some new names out there, the likes of the Oceanic sim racing guys who have been around sim racing for a long time. We have Shane Van Gisbergen actually racing in this event today, which is quite exciting. So it's an interesting track. I haven't done too many laps around Le Mans myself, but it's always been a very famous racetrack and hosts the biggest 24-hour event of the year in the real motorsport world. So no, I'm really looking forward to it, mate.
Yeah, 100% should be really good. And as we said, it is the decider for this championship. In the LMP1 class, All-Star Motorsports number 17 does lead the way. They can secure the championship at the halfway point of this race. Of course, as last year as well, we had the final race halfway, full points awarded for the results at the exact half-hour mark. And then the same again at the end. So depending on how the cards fall, All-Star Motorsports number 17 could wrap up the championship at the midway point in this race, but the 54 car is the one to watch, although they are starting down the order a little bit in qualifying. They'll start this race from 6th position. Those two are the only two that can win the championship. Mathematically, the 45 can win as well, but highly unlikely, and I just realised that I've got a really big typo in that graphic as well, so we'll take that off the screen before I look at it too much and get too angry at it. In the GTE class, though, we do have a true fight on our hands between Trick Sim Sports and also the Fusion Sim Racing 245 car. Those two cars separated by 8 points, and they could actually end up having a 2-point win to Fusion Sim Racing if they win with Trick in second at both times. That would be a 2-point win to Fusion Sim Racing. It's going to come right down to the wire in our GTE field, isn't it, Fonty?
Yeah, you're certainly right, mate. It's that's been kind of the class to watch all season, really. We've seen some dominating performances earlier on in this championship from Performance Sim Sports, which is unfortunately no longer around, but there's been Trick Sim Sports obviously has formed from that and grown from that, and we've seen some phenomenal pace from them. It's really going to be good. I'm interested to see how these new guys who have come into the championship go today. They've done a lot of endurance stuff back in the past when we had different endurance series in the Aussie NZ region, and it's going to be a really exciting event. I think that the GTE field's certainly going to turn it on. Having a few more entries, we may have the possibility of a few more safety cars, which him trundling around this place in a safety car can be a very long lap, but it's going to play a huge part in the pit stop strategy and all that sort of stuff. So, it's going to be really cool, mate.
Yeah, it is. And as you said too, the safety cars are going to be a really interesting factor. A track that probably lends itself to be a little bit cleaner in regards to how the racing will play out, but we've thought that before at other races, that tracks where we wouldn't normally see safety cars, well, we're then seeing blown engines and the like, so it could always turn into a race filled with safety cars, or at the other polar end we could see none at all. It would be really interesting to see, and of course throughout the day as well we will have live timing up on our website at v8sonline.com/live timing. We're 2 minutes away from the checkered flag coming out in this qualifying session. Then there will be about a 4-minute period for drivers to finish a lap. There is no one out on the track at the moment, though. They are all in drivers briefing. And this is our biggest field we've had in this series since round 1, which is always good to see. The finale nice and strong, and knowing that the guys have got some cool things planned for 2019 in this series as well. It's going to be a really cool race today, and then moving forward into the series next year.
Yeah, you're exactly right. The guys at GT Leagues Australia do an excellent job Very professional outfit that they run there, and very consistent on their race control side of stuff. And I think that every driver has seen, positive things from them, and the series is really growing and growing. It was a bit of a shame we had a few numbers drop off, during the midpoint of the season, but yeah, to come back at this last round and see the numbers and the teams that have turned up here. We've got TTL Esports. It's we haven't really seen them too much, so I reckon that those guys, between these first 3 GTE cars, there's absolutely nothing in it. Well, first 5, first 6, 7 GTE cars, there's absolutely nothing in it. So we're in for a good race in that field. I think that potentially that All-Star Motorsports car will be very fast in the LMP1 class, but the Oceanic Sim Racing 97 car, which has SVG, Dylan Carroll, Simon Black, they will be very fast.
Just hearing as well from the guys at Race Control that there's been a decision within the drivers' briefing for no safety cars throughout this race. So that will really change the way that the race is going to pan out. We thought we might see a few safety cars, but saying that the last 2 races we haven't seen a safety car at all. So it may not even have been a factor. It's going to be an interesting one either way, as we got 1 minute on the clock in qualifying. Of course, we are live throughout the entire day here on our YouTube channel and also on Facebook. So make sure you stick with us all day. If you need to pop out, of course, the broadcast will be going. So just watch us on your phone. We don't mind.
There we go. We don't mind. Watch us wherever you are. That's a great thing about technology this day and age. It's you can watch sim racing from anywhere in the world, and we certainly like to put on a good show here, don't we, Jay?
Yeah, definitely. It should be a good show too. It's going to be a really intense race.
Yeah, well, I think you're right there. I think that the fact of the caliber of drivers that we have is just going to close up that field. In the LMP1 class, we've seen some dominating performances throughout the championship from different teams. We've seen some great battles at that, don't get me wrong, but there is certainly a little bit more spread out field. So I reckon that those first 3 cars are separated. Well, basically the whole field in the LMP1 class is pretty close. So yeah, the fact that we don't have a safety car, so these guys, it's good for the drivers because they can kind of make a little bit more of a plan as to what their fuel strategy is and all that sort of stuff. So it's I think it's a little bit of a shame. I would have liked to have seen a little bit of a mix-up, but that's the way it is. And we do have points at the halfway distance, don't we, Jay?
Yeah, we do. So as we had in the finale at Silverstone last year or last season, it was halfway for full points, but we did a 12-hour race at that point, and it actually sealed the championship at the halfway point. So in a way, it was a little bit anticlimactic, but this championship is a lot tighter this time around. So and obviously 8-hour race means we've got 2 4-hour sprints. It really mixes up how you think about this race and how you tackle the strategy as well. Do you go for the points at the halfway point and try and time your run to get maximum points at the halfway, or do you just plan out the full 8 hours in one hit? I think the no safety car ruling is really going to mix up the way guys tackle this race, especially if you're only getting about 57 minutes to a tank.
Yeah. So such long straights, and I think that you discussed earlier with the engines blowing up. We've seen a few rounds which engines have gone pop, and with being such big long straights at this track, I think that we will potentially see those happen. We don't really see it happen in the LMP1 class, but definitely the GTE class. I think we'll see a few people go bang, and luckily we're not in the real world where people have to pay. You can just that'll be you for the event potentially. If you've done the motor really bad, well, that's you're out. But if you can get back to the pits and repair it, then you can still be within a shot. So I think that the safety car, you just got to keep yourself clean, really, don't you? You've got to stay out of trouble. You don't have to be the fastest. We've seen it in so many races, and that's what endurance stuff's all about. You see it in real world, in V8 supercars. The Bathurst 1000 just the other week, it was really an interesting race, and that's exactly what we're going to have here today.
Yeah, 100% you will. It'll be a very, very tight tussle throughout the field. We're going to take a very, very quick break, though. When we come back, we'll run through our starting grid and get ready to get this race underway. This is V8 Online's coverage of the final round of the Oceanic Endurance Championship. We'll be back very, very soon.
Assist to the front bumper, and he hits it again now. Rayon Fowler into the outside wall.
This is iRacing.
Down that front straightaway, and he's going to get them all done with.
Detailed,
Racely to the inside goes Logan Cloudman is going to touch in.
Real world.
What a save!
Look to the outside, and Cronke goes off. De Jong into second place.
Going for the switchback. Oh, pinpoint driving.
It's howling down to the inside.
Trying this contact though. As wide left of the racetrack, Chris Renner drives it back down underneath, and he takes that second spot right back. Joker goes to Garrett Lowe. Garrett Lowe should take victory with all that contact.
He's going to try and make the move around the outside the Paravolca. That's not going to work, but he's going to try and get the cut back here. Get the run out the Paravolca. That's beautifully done there. Michael Schubert, there's a little bit of door banging as well.
Welcome back to V8 Online's coverage of the Oceanic Endurance Championship, supported by West End Mazda. And this is our grid for today's race. Starting from pole position, the All-Star Motorsports number 17 car, the championship leading Audi. We'll start from pole. Dane Warren on the front row. Second position, only just behind and really, really tight between the times first and second. Oceanic Sim Racing making their debut with Shane Van Gisbergen in that car in the 97 machine. One Performance Racing LMP1 in third position. Daniel Benefield will be in that car as well. So those three cars will all be very, very quick. The Fusion Sim Racing 45 car will start from fourth. We know that car is quick as well. Swift Racing number 60 will start from fifth. 54 Fusion Sim Racing car, the only rival to All-Star Motorsports in this championship. They'll start from sixth position. Full Momentum Racing in seventh. And the final of our LMP1s will be Protect Sim Sports. They'll start from 8th position.
There we go. So in ninth, first of our GTE, the TTL Esports. Great to see them out on track today. Trick Sim Sports Black. Now those guys are going to take it to the TTL. They've had a little bit more experience this season with this endurance stuff. They know what they're doing with pit strategy, and we're going to see a great battle between those two cars. Don't leave out the Geodesic Racing number 242 car, Blake Neck in that car at the moment. Arm Racing in fourth, FT1 Motorsports Pi in fifth, FT1 Motorsport also in sixth, All-Star Motorsports 200 in seventh, Fusion Sim Racing in eighth, also another Fusion Sim Racing car in ninth, Full Momentum Racing in 10th, One Performance Racing in 11th, also in 11th is One Performance Racing. That is the 216 car. Sky VR46 Racing will be in 13th. Kiwi Sim Sports, good to see them out here having a crack today as well. They'll be in 14th. NZ Sim Racing 271 will be in 15th. OSR GT Enduro. So that's the Oceanic sim racing car. They also have a car in the GT field. They're in 16th. Arm Racing 17th. Venom Racing in 18th.
Yep, we do have 2 pit lane starters as well, which will be 217 and the 72. The 72 car having issues there, actually running the wrong car number, but that's okay. They are out on the track, and that is the most important thing as we get ready to go. 8 hours of racing for these guys. Track temp 30 degrees, so it's not horrible conditions out there at the moment. Make a lot of the field quite happy with how the temperatures are out on track around this amazing 13-kilometre circuit. So we get ready to get underway. As we said, 8 hours of racing. Looking at an estimated 147 laps. So we get ready to take the green flag to come in to the last section, up to the chicanes, and then we get underway.
There we go. So a little bit more of a field this time. It is really good to see. You see that rough safety car come around the front there. This is always a very nerve-wracking time for the drivers. I know running in this stuff, I haven't done it for a long time, but running these endurance events, it's such a an interesting thing. You know, you don't have to worry about just yourself. You've got all of these teammates around you, and you don't want to put the car on the wall because you feel that you've let your teammates down, especially when you get into, you know, later on in the race. It's absolutely guttering. You've spent all this time practicing, and it can be over in a heartbeat. So as they're rolling around onto the front straight now, we're going to see them take off. So they start holding back.
Start line is at the actual start line. We're underway. The clock is already go. And amazing having the planes fly over. So straight away, Matthew Barron making moves instantly. And has gone straight from 4th to 2nd as they all start a very, very clean start in our GTE field. It looks like they're all getting underway nice and clean, and straight away Trotman leads. Rizzo holds on, but Blake Neck and Tim Gaukroger side by side. Almost bumping wheels, but we've got through the first 2 corners clean. The front of the field in LMP1. Look at how stretched out this field is already.
There you go. So Dane Warren. Yeah, what a great start. Everyone getting through cleanly. You don't want to stack it in the first turn. It's a long race, so certainly not a sprint race. Depending on not if we do have safety cars, there may be a safety car. Maybe. I know that we said earlier that it's not going to happen, but potentially it could be a change in that situation. But anyway, it is a great race to start off with. Dane Warren has pulled a 1.5 second gap back to the Fusion Sim Racing 45 car. So fantastic start there from Dane Warren.
It's on for the lead in GTE though. Have a look at this between Matthew Trotman and Ross Rizzo. They are very, very tight at the moment. Rizzo looks like he's already starting to play this fuel strategy. He was probably had a little bit of overspeed to potentially get a move done. Backed out of it coming into the first chicane.
Yeah, certainly did. There's if you look a little bit further back, the battle for 4th and 5th is also on. Oh, car's getting very close there.
You can hear straight away just on board there with Tim Gaukroger. Just got out of the throttle really early. So already thinking fuel strategies. We've got a car around. That's Josh Burden in the Fusion number 254 car. See if we can pick up what's happened to him. He's also going to change of position. Yeah, Matthew Barron's dropped down the field.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what's happened there, but yeah, SVG back up into P number 2. So although he's got Daniel Benefield going past him now, these guys will battle it hard. I know that Shane will probably just back out for a start and then pick him off, I would think. They don't want to give too much of a gap to Dane Warren, however. These guys need to work together to try and pull a gap from the likes of Matthew Barron, but he does have the pace. We know all season those Fusion Sim Racing guys have had the speed. They are very fast. They've done this endurance racing for a long time, even before it came to the iRacing service, and they will not give up easily. So good battles all throughout the field early on.
Yeah, it's great to see how many fights we've got going on. We're just going to get a couple of CPR replays. Looks like Barron just decided to get out of the throttle a little bit early just to save a little bit of fuel. And now we're trying to see what happened with Josh Burden. But not the best first lap for the Fusion Sim Racing guys, but they are one of the more intelligent teams when it comes to endurance racing, so I'm sure they'll have strategies worked out throughout this race and be already planning for how they're going to tackle it and work their way through the field. One thing I have noticed as well, a little bit disappointing, we only have two cars in our AM class today. The AM class has been a really, really good thing to have throughout this series, and a very, very popular addition to the championship. And I think the thing with it though, there's been so many drivers that have improved, there's less qualifiers for the AM class because everyone's got better and faster.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You know, you start a class like that, and when you've got a series as popular as what the GT Leagues put on, you know, it's not only this series we do a Wednesday night every week, and yeah, it's an amazing series, and I can understand why people are moving up from that. I can confirm, Jay. Here we go. I can confirm.
Yep.
There we go. Battle on can confirm that we will have safety cars, but however, they are going to be a manual safety car. We're not going to use the iRacing service for a safety car, as we'll trundle around here for 25 minutes under safety car. It is going to be a manual, so one of our race admins will manually back everybody up, and that is certainly the right way to go about it. So good call there from the GT Leagues guys.
Yep, 100%. Just seen as well, Shane van Gisbergen is being pressured by Daniel Benefield at the moment. Have a look at how close these guys are. They're broken away from Barron and Schwecke in the Fusion Sim Racing Audis, but these two Porsches are looking very, very quick. We know throughout this series, though, the Porsches may be a little bit quicker in outright speed, but they take a little bit longer in the pit stops. So all of that advantage that they get on the track is negated when it comes time for these pit stops.
Yeah, you're exactly right. These two guys, Daniel Benefield is super fast. He doesn't race for, you know, one of our local teams, more of an international team, but yeah, these two guys will be very similar pace. You know, Dane Warren, he's an absolute freak when it comes to sim racing, and you know, for the equipment that he has, and you know, he races on an iMac, and you know, certainly not something that most of the field have, or I don't think any of the field would have, to be honest. He's super fast. So these two guys in second and third, they need to work together to try and pull him down, because you know, Dane's all by himself. He's punching the air by himself. So these two guys, I would like to see them certainly catch back up and see a great battle for the lead.
We did see a change of position there. Benefield used all of his boost and got by Shane van Gisbergen. SVG won't mind though, I think. He'll be happy just to tuck in behind and just chill out and go with the flow and save a bit of fuel in the background. And also in the background too, Swift Racing number 60 car did get past the Fusion number 45 car. The 54 car is the one that we need to watch in this class though. This is the only car that can beat the 17 car for this championship. The 17 car wins the first portion of the race. It's pretty much all done. They just have to finish the race essentially, and they will seal the championship. But we've seen that's easier said than done in a lot of these situations, isn't it?
Yeah, you're certainly right. And you know, these LMP1 cars, they're so much different from the old endurance stuff that we used to do. And you've got so many more factors. You've obviously got this boost and all that sort of stuff. So it's, you know, these 54 guys are not really where they want to be earlier on, as I'm just seeing Dane Warren fastest lap of the race. That is understandable, as he has stretched it out. Wow, look at that gap out front. 4.5 seconds between Warren and Benefield now. So that is pretty phenomenal pace. To be honest, what's happened to Van Gisbergen? He's lost a bit of ground.
Yeah, he has. He's dropped about 3-4 seconds at that back half of that lap. So, not 100%.
Are we under
sure.
a safety car now?
No, I don't
They
think so.
seem to be going very slow for me, but maybe that's just. Oh no, maybe not.
No, just saving fuel. I think it's just understanding the pace of the tyres and.
Yeah, well, we
we
certainly
have
know.
got a car around.
Yeah, we got a car around.
We
One
do
of
have
the
a car
GT's
around,
car.
yeah.
So they're stuck there. So that's a long time that he's been sitting there.
We do have a
Potentially-
safety car. Safety
There
car
we
is
go.
out, so there we go. We are
There
on
we
a safety
go.
car.
Yeah, I just thought it was a little bit strange at how slow they were actually going. Certainly SVG was running very slow through those turns, so just didn't quite add up. So there we go. First manual safety car of the race. This is where strategy is all going to come into play. Who can save the most amount of fuel? Now we know SVG in real life is runs obviously in the V8 Supercar Series and does very well in that. He will know what to do. He'll be making the calls, I would think, in that car on what they should be doing, and they are certainly going to be a force to be reckoned with. So Dane Warren's lead, which was out to 4 seconds, has been closed right back up to nothing.
Interesting, and we're just getting a CPR replay on screen at the moment. Martin Hallinan, see if we can work out exactly what happened to him in the number 72 Oz NZ Sim Racing car. That's the second entry in the Oz NZ Sim Racing team. Those guys have come a long way from where they started a little while ago. They were very, very new at the start of the season, but they've done a great job as the season's progressed. Oh, that was the All-Star car of Kurt Stenberg making contact.
Okay,
that was quite a heavy hit.
There we go. So those two boys started from pit lane, so they would have gone together and they needed to make up a lot of ground to catch up. So Stenberg normally runs for Trans-Tasman. He's obviously been loaned out today to All-Star, so not a great start for them.
I don't think Stenny did anything overly wrong there. Just Hallinan clipped the curb and propelled him up on 2 wheels and was already around by the time Stenny got there and made contact. So not a great start for either of those two cars, as we're 10 minutes in under the first caution. A few drivers out there already saving fuel. You're not missing any action. We are under manual safety car, which is very, very good decision from race control to have that. And you can just see there that Stenberg had nowhere to go. He put his foot on the brake and it already looped him around at the same time. So as we come back live, something very, very different with our first manual safety car.
Yeah, exactly. It's this is the way to do it. This is the way a lot of sort of in-house hosted stuff is done with manual safety cars. It kind of gives you a little bit more flexibility, really, on what you can do and how long the safety car is going to be out for. At a track like this, how the iRacing service kind of works is it can stay out for a little bit too long, or people can't pick quite the same. So it's I think that they have made an excellent decision there, and it's going to create an excellent race.
Sure will. It's going to mix up the strategy as well. So some guys might even take this opportunity to jump in and splash a bit of fuel in the car. Other drivers will just stay out and save behind other cars. So yeah, it's really going to mix up how people do things.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. You've got to think, are we going to see reverse engineering already coming into play? Would it be, you really want to not be in too much of an air pocket by yourself and be able to judge your pace, and that's kind of up to the guys around you who are in your team, or the manager on the day, or whatever, really. So I think you're right, we will see some people come in. I think maybe potentially it'll be interesting to see what that Oceanic sim racing car does, and what their strategy is.
Even the likes of the Fusion 45 and the 55 Protec Sim Sports car, see what those guys do. As we come up to second part of the circuit, the second half of the circuit anyway, and we'll get...
Such a long track, isn't it?
Yeah, amazing how long this circuit is.
Yeah, I would love to go there. I do plan to go there. I've been to a couple of cool racetracks in Europe, but certainly not Le Mans, so that's certainly on my bucket list one day.
Yep, same for me. It's one of those tracks that you just have to go to once. You've been lucky enough to go to a few tracks around the world, Fonty, but this is up there with Bathurst and Daytona and Indianapolis as tracks that you just have to go to once.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Going to the Spa 24 Hour the other week was a pretty cool experience, and I tell you what, that the presentation of that Spa circuit was unbelievable, and that was by far the best track I've been to, and you can see why they do so well over in those tracks, and why these sorts of cars race around them. So yeah, Le Mans is something completely different and very long and very famous race, so definitely something I'd like to go to, but I do need to come over and go to Bathurst first before that.
Yep. We'll hopefully have a few of the V8s Alone crew at Bathurst for the Bathurst 12 hour next year in February. It's become the unofficial pilgrimage for sim racers in Australia and New Zealand, which lucky enough to have been to twice, and by far one of the best events if you're not a big fan of taking your family to the Bathurst 1000 due to the wildness that goes on. Bathurst 12 hour, very, very fantastic family event. So, definitely worth it if you're unsure on whether you want to take your family somewhere.
I'd love to see a 24-hour event around Bathurst one day. That would be super cool, I reckon.
Alright, we got Pitters.
There we go. Oh, there we go. So, who has stayed out on the track is the question.
54 in, 45 has stayed out. So the 54 and the 60, only 2 cars in our LMP1 class. So they're already on the alternate strategy. In regards to our GTE field, it doesn't look like anyone's coming in.
No, okay, so interesting choice by them. They're hoping, I think, that another safety car comes out, which would work in their favour. That's for the 54 cars. Just watching them, they made a little bit of a mistake on their pit box entry and had to move forward to get it up on the jacks. But this is really exciting, and to see these cars in a good field of them just creates a lot better racing.
Yeah, 100% it does. It adds an extra element to this event that we wouldn't normally have, which I think is absolutely fantastic. We're going to take a very, very quick break while we just fix a couple of technical glitches we've got going on at the moment. So we'll be back very, very soon here on V8s Online. We won't miss any of the action. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. we are back here on V8's line. We are under caution for the first time in our race. Only 2 laps in before we went under caution. But what it's done, it's meant that the field is very, very mixed up. But looks like about 10 cars, 8, 9, 10 cars come into the pits under that caution there. So I believe we will be pitting this lap for green flag to get back underway. And Fonty, it's really going to make it quite interesting coming up towards the end of this 4 hours where we award full points at halfway. The strategy of games are really starting to play out already.
Yeah, you're certainly right. We're 20 minutes through. We've seen our first safety car. It was after lap 1. We saw some back markers who had to start from the pit lane come together, and it's thrown it all up already, and we're not even half an hour through the race. So this is going to be great, really, and I'm interested to see what happens in the first pit stop. This battle between the leading GTE cars is going to be epic. I know that the Trick Sim Sports guys are super good with what they can do in the pit lane. Their strategy, they absolutely surprised everybody in the V8 Scops Bathurst 1000, and they will surprise everybody today. But the TTL Esports car will not let them go easily.
No, you're exactly right. They won't let them go that easily at all. As you have the championship standings back on screen again there, you can see how close it is. And the one real disappointment I've noticed throughout this this championship has been the All-Star Motorsport number 200 car, the reigning championship car. They've dropped all the way back down the field. So I'm very, very surprised how low they are in the championship, considering they were the championship winning car last season. They can't even mathematically win the championship from here.
No, well, you're exactly right. We saw in the earlier rounds, we've seen some phenomenal pace from the likes of Ethan Warren and those guys, but we've seen them, I think they popped an engine maybe 2 rounds ago or something like that. We've seen them have a little bit of bad luck, and you know, endurance racing is all about, you don't have to be the fastest on track, but if you can keep it clean, keep it out of trouble, and it works out well for you in the pit strategy and all of that, then you're easily going to get there. But yeah, you're exactly right. This season maybe isn't their season to win it, but I'm sure that All-Star Motorsports 200 will come back even better next year.
Yep, definitely think so. I think the other thing too is they put a little bit more focus into the LMP1 car, knowing that the prize on offer for this series is huge. Entry into the Neo Le Mans 24 Hour, the biggest league in this endurance side of things in the world. Get an entry into that is pretty huge. So big congratulations to the guys at GT Leagues Australia, and also to Neo for getting that prize up and going, as we're ready to get back underway.
There we go.
Who said safety
yes, you're
cars take
exactly
too
right.
long at Le Mans?
You're exactly right, Jay, and yes, the guys over at Neo do an amazing job. I tell you what, they are the benchmark when it comes to endurance stuff. I met one of the guys at the Sim Racing Expo in Germany a few weeks ago who run it, and yeah, those guys are very professional outfit. As we are underway, very close there between the TTL car, the leading GTE car, nearly went up the back of the Protec Sim Sports LMP1 car, and now we've got the Trick Sim Sports car getting right up in the mix.
Yeah, and the Geodesic Racing car is going to try and get the move done and come on through the inside, side by side, up in through the Dunlop curve. And we're going to change up the front as well. Benefield's lost 2 spots. We've got cars around. We've got a couple of cars around. Dylan Shepherd is around. Colin Schwecke also involved. Our second place car in the LMP1 Championship, the Venom Racing car, also around.
Oh, yes, so big incidents there. That's not what the 54 wanted. I tell you what, that's the dangerous thing about pitting so early, and you know, when the field bunches together like that, these guys need to get through as fast as they possibly can, and it's absolutely cost their race. They're going to have to hope for another safety car. They are potentially not driving in a straight line. Looks like he's struggling with the wheel, just riding on board with him, so not a great start for the 54.
Oh, and just saw a replay there of Shepherd and the contact with the Venom Racing car. Shepherd might come under a little bit of trouble from that. To go back to the front of the field, Benefield back through, and have a look at where Van Gisbergen is. What has happened to Van Gisbergen?
I have no idea. I've got to go back and have a look and see what's happened there, but dropped from 3rd way back to 6th position. So
full momentum straight ahead at the second chicane. To slow down a little bit, give up some time. I'm wondering if if Van Gisbergen forgot to change a fuel map back. Kept it on under the safety car fuel map and got absolutely overrun.
I'm just going back. He's still sitting in third. It looks like he's just let everybody go, but potentially you're right.
Have a look at this fight here in GTE. 1, 2, 3, 4, all nose to tail. Awesome racing in both classes. We've seen a little bit more incidents than we would normally see in this series.
Yes, well that's just what happens. When you get more cars out on track, you're going to have potentially a bit more risk, and I tell you what, this is great. Brings a whole new element to this championship with certainly the amount of LMP1s on the grid and the GTE cars. Schwecky is struggling.
Got Wilson, McDonald and Dance all battling side by side here back in the field. This is for just inside the top 10 in GTE. They're going to go 3 wide here.
There we go, McDonald. Now we know he struggles with internet dramas at times. He is giving room though, so but this battle, you know what, Cam Dance, he's a great peddler, helps us out a lot here at V8s Online, and he will just sit back, I reckon. We see Cam, he's not the fastest in qualifying. We don't see him qualify that well, but when it comes to getting a car up through the order during a race, fantastic.
Yep, 100%. He does a very, very good job in the race. He's very, very smart in how he makes passes, and is New Zealand's only pro driver. Oh, is there contact there between McDonald and Wilson?
Potentially.
It's Benefield just does the fastest lap of the race.
There we go, Benefield. He's on a charge. He's ready to roll. He is wanting to hunt down that Dane Warren. Van Gisbergen has made up 2 spots now, though. He's back up into 4th position. A little bit of a gap up to that next car, but it's not the end of the world. We're still early on in this race.
Yep, it's a long, long way to go, and of course he would have saved a lot of fuel under that safety car. Know that the LMP1 cars usually get about 45 to 50 minutes of fuel. GTE is around about 1 hour 10. So having that safety car there so early, it'll now put things in the back of their mind about how safety cars are going to play out. Well, do I push now knowing that there's going to be another safety car? But at the same time, we've thought that throughout other races in this field, in this series, and we haven't seen safety cars. So it's a real interesting mix on how safety cars are going to affect this race, and whether they will have any more impact throughout this race at all.
I would think that if, you know, when we see someone pop an engine, and if they're stranded on track, then that's going to call for another safety car. That's what would happen in real life. Looking back here, though, Cam Dance, he's putting pressure on Jordan McDonald. There is a very epic battle going here. Also further up, Philip Morden, who is one of the admins in the series, Blake Neck, they're going at it. So there's battles all through this field.
Yep, there's heaps of battles going out on track. The GTE field definitely is where it's at, as it has been throughout this entire season. We've had so many races in GTE where it's come down to the last corner for positional changes. So not just the last lap, the last corner. And today will be no different. The big thing about Le Mans is it's such a strategy track. You don't have to be the fastest car out on track to get a real advantage, because you can just tuck in behind another car, save some fuel, use the draft to keep you up with the cars ahead, and all of a sudden you're on a totally different strategy and jump ahead of them in pit stops.
Yeah, there you go. You're exactly right, mate. It's yeah, that's what I love about this endurance stuff. I really enjoyed it when I was doing a lot more sim racing myself, and there was such hype about it. Actually, looking back here though, look at this battle between Blake Neck, Philip Morden. This is getting hot and heavy. They're going at it. I love this GTE stuff. When iRacing introduced it to the service, there was such a hype around it. Everyone was so excited. We saw the GT3 stuff coming first, and that's originally what we ran the endurance stuff with. But yeah, since we've got the GTE cars and these cars are faster, they're a lot newer, we're seeing some epic battles through every series that we do.
Oh, Blake Neck almost bump drafting Ross Rizzo. Come up in Indianapolis. Such an iconic circuit. Did you see Dane Warren do the fastest lap of the race? 3 minutes 16.8. Wow, that's quick.
Well, that is super fast. Van Gisbergen, though, is the closest person behind him on a 17.8. So we saw him make a mistake there, potentially with his fuel map.
I think that's what it is. I think that's what it was.
I think you're probably right there, Jay. A little bit of an amateur move there from a professional, but these things happen.
I'll tell him you said that.
That's all right. That's all right. He would do the same to me. So that's the way it works. But I tell you what, that to have that pace, he's already closing that gap on that Fusion Sim Racing 45 car. But Warren, man, that guy is super fast. Those guys are quick, but potentially they're going to use up a little bit more fuel. We don't know what the fuel numbers are for the other cars. I would love to have all that information right in front of me right now. So if anybody there who is watching can give us any of that information throughout this event, that would be much appreciated.
Even if you give us the wrong info, we don't mind. Wrong info is better than no info.
Oh yeah, there we go. Just give us any info.
Have a look at SVG using the boost down the straight. Also got Matthew Barron with some tech issues as well, so he just disappeared for a moment, but straight on by goes Van Gisbergen, back up into third. And we'll see whether he can close that gap between he and Benefield. At the moment, it's 3.7 seconds. We'll see what we can. We'll see what the gap is once we get to the end of this lap.
Yeah, there we go. So only 0.2 of a second faster on that lap. He will do it. He has made a mistake there, and it's cost him dearly. But we still have a very long time to go. We're now half an hour through the race. But anything can happen. I'm pretty sure we will see another safety car. I'm just seeing there on the information, Dylan Shepherd was black flagged.
Yep, that'll be for the contact and the rejoin he made with Les Pex, and not necessarily for the original contact between he and Colin Schwecke, which just looked like a little bit of weird internet glitch. But the rejoin was definitely something that race control would have looked at, and I'm guessing that will be what it is for.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. Dylan Shepherd, he's a very good driver. Excellent driver. We saw him take out VSR Showdown round 1, and it was an excellent event. I hope that all you people watching today, that some of you are qualifying for that event and are having a crack there. But actually getting back to the racing, look at this battle for 11th, 12th, 13th overall.
Yep, Rizzo holding on. I think Blake Neck's got the pace to get past here, but he's just playing strategy. He's happy sitting behind, saving some fuel.
Oh, there we go. Pass move. Ethan Warren round the outside. He's got that done. So battle with FT1 Motorsport. Pi James Wilson. That continues for those guys. Van Gisbergen has lost a little bit of time to Benefield, but it all just depends. You never really know with this LMP1 because they've got that boost. You never really know exactly where they're at, and before you know it, you look away and they've closed right back up together again, and it's on. So you don't. We're not going to know until the last minute who's going to potentially take the win.
And we've just seen a change of position too. Blake Neck is now through on Ross Rizzo, so obviously he's had enough of being tucked in behind.
Oh, watching Blake Neck getting a bit of a moment there.
Rizzo's going to try and come back here, and Morton's still in this too. I must say, great to see Philip Morton up the front. He's improved, and his pace has got so much better as this season's gone on.
You're exactly right, Jay. He was a little bit further down the order, but certainly having a strong team around him. FT1 Motorsport, we don't see them a lot in a lot of the series we do, but they certainly focus on their GT stuff, and yeah, fantastic driving from Morton early on in this race.
Those front four have broken away since the restart. If you have just tuned in, we have had our first safety car on lap 2. Amazingly, or lap 3 I should say. There was an incident the first part of lap 2. No iRacing implemented safety cars in this race. It will be a manual safety car driven by race control. And
maybe they could get me in to drive the safety car, Jay. I can commentate while driving.
Well, you'd have the right pace for it. So.
Oh, I would, mate. Yeah, that's
you could just do a hot lap, and everyone would be happy with the safety car pace.
Oh mate, that's it. You know, hot lap under pit lane speed limit is all I need. But being a bit more serious, look at that times of Benefield Dane Warren. A 3:17.046 for Warren. A 3:17.228 for Benefield. Don't have a time for Van Gisbergen.
3:17.3 for
there we
SVG,
go.
so all within 0.3 of a second at the front.
Nothing in it. A little bit. I don't have a time for Barron either, but those first three cars, there's absolutely nothing in it. These guys are obviously, well, I think that they're probably the strongest drivers within, you know, their teams. We've got SVG, Simon Black, who is one of the originals in sim racing. He has been around since...
Talking about a veteran in sim racing, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Hey, I'll tell you what, that guy has been around since the internet existed. He's told me stories in the past of how they used to race, and, you know, great to see them out there. So Shane's certainly the strongest. Simon can put a good lap together, and he will be clean and consistent. Doesn't have that outright pace, so it's going to come down a lot to teamwork at the end of the day. Dylan Carroll has teamed up with those guys as well. So Dylan, we've seen some great pace. He just needs to keep it on the road. And I'm not too sure who is exactly driving for One Performance Racing LMP1 in that 43 car, but I'm sure that they're all going to come right down to the end on who's going to win that.
Benefield has traditionally been one of the strongest drivers in that car as well, so he's probably been one of the best in the AusNZ community in the LMP1 cars throughout his career, Daniel Benefield. So he's going to be one to watch. And just watching back in the field, the number 200 car having a few issues at the moment. They're dropping back through the field and having a few tech issues. So Ethan Warren having some dramas. Yeah, started
actually, we had seen that.
To 11.
We had seen that through the earlier rounds. That's what happened. Tech dramas cost them the, I think they were running about third in one of the rounds. I think they were around 3 or 4. So absolutely guttering for those guys. They're, they certainly have the pace to be right at the front. But this battle between the first 4 cars, well, the second to 4th in the GTE class is pretty close. Trotman, though, pulled a big gap. He's out to 2.2 seconds.
Yeah, Trotman's just broken away. He's got some great pace. Only driver at the moment in the 3:49 bracket. The guys in the secondary pack running... Well, actually, I shouldn't say that because I just noticed Alexander Bird as well in the 2:45. Another driver we know is very, very quick in these cars. He's also in the 3:49. So can't discount the car of Bird, the 2:45 car. And I know that pretty good driver pairings in that car. I believe as well Craig Edwards in that car today as well. And we know how quick he is.
Yeah, you're certainly right, Jay. It's great to see all of these names come out. They don't really do too much racing on a weekly basis, but when it comes to endurance stuff, and we have these, you see some names come out of the woodworks. One of the names who I do see who is disconnected from the server, I'm not too sure if he was driving or not. He was certainly a big part of my early sim racing career back in 2011. That's Clayton Brooks. Good to see Brooksy. Not sure if he's racing, but if he's part of the team,
might be racing with
there we go.
Mr. Korolev in the,
there we go.
The 288 car.
I tell you what, Brooksy, if you can hear me, mate, come and have a chat. Be good to have a chat with you. He ran ANZ Motorsports, which is unfortunately gone a little bit dormant at the moment.
Well, I mean, if you were a part, that's enough to scare everyone else away.
Oh, you know, that's exactly right. That's why I had to give up, because I was a bad image for the team. But that's the way it works. And,
look at us two has-beens talking about it. I just see James Wilson. Cameron Dance had to slow up. He just got to slow down through the chicane at the end of the lap, and he might lose 2 spots here because Burton might come through. Also, Ethan Warren has lost another spot, so he's back to 12th.
Yeah, potentially those guys maybe have a little bit of damage. I don't know. It doesn't look to be anything, but or just tech dramas. I don't know.
Or just haven't set the car up well at all, maybe.
Yeah, well, maybe they've got one of my setups on there. We hope
the safety car setup.
The safety car setup. Yeah, exactly. Or maybe they're just driving to a particular number. We don't really know. If anyone wants to give us a little bit of insight. But look at this battle, Jay, for the LMP1 class. Right, 5th and 6th. Those guys are going at it.
Yep, 5th, 6th and 7th, because Eric Thorpe's in this now too. TJ Brown was right behind Blake Haspel to try and get a move done in the Protect Sim Spots entry, but he's had to check up. Just found a Porsche GTE through the Porsche curbs. Not the spot you want to find a car in the slower class to try and get past, because it is very, very difficult to pass one lane through there. And Brown now under pressure from behind from Eric Thorpe. We'll see if Thorpe can get through.
There we go. So that gap though, right out front. Warren, man, he's fast. Ethan, Dane, sorry. You need to slow down, mate. You need to slow down. You're whipping everybody at the moment. 5 seconds back to Benefield, another 5 seconds back to Van Gisbergen, another 5 seconds back to Matthew Barron. As I said earlier, you don't really know because of the fact they've got boost, and these two cars that they run are completely different on how they work, how they recharge. But looking back in the GT field,
got the battle for 8th, 9th and 10th on screen. On board with Burton, but we might have to switch and go on board with Dance, because he is closing up to the rear. McDonald might be able to get a move done.
Yeah, there we go. So we saw Dance get past McDonald, but made a mistake and had to give that position back. So these three guys going at it, they're going to need to keep it clean. McDonald has a little bit of a track record of being involved in wrecks. He's very aggressive, and he can certainly put some good laps together, but just being consistent, staying out of trouble was something that he has a little bit of a hassle with as he's squeezing Cam Dance out now. Gives him a little bit of room though. Dance going to get through, I think potentially get this job done, but he's not giving it up easily. Oh, good pass there by Dance.
One section of the track though, you really have to be careful, because you can just be drawn into out-braking yourself coming in Indianapolis there. It's a very, very easy section of track where you just think, oh yeah, I'm okay. But with the draft, you're going 5 or 6 Ks quicker than you normally would be. Within a second, you already out-broke yourself and running off the circuit using that runoff off the track there. So, very, very deceptive section of track there. Yeah,
here we go. We're seeing McDonald having a look. Yeah, he doesn't have the outright pace of Dance. He probably just needs to try and sit with him and
save some fuel.
Use it. Yeah, exactly. Save those tires, save the fuel, and try and get him in the pit stop, or wait for one of your other teammates to jump in. I'm not too sure who he's driving with, but I'm sure they've got a great team of guys together, as we're seeing another battle further up the field between Thorpe and Blake Haswell. So that's
Eric Thorpe.
Yeah,
we just saw past TJ Brown. He's now right up behind Blake Haswell. So Eric Thorpe in the Swift racing car doing a very, very good job. We know the Swift boys don't take their racing too seriously, enjoy themselves, and go out there for the main reason of why you should be out there racing, to have fun. That's the #1 goal at the end of the day, isn't it? Sim racing, anyway.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's yeah, I absolutely love sim racing. It's grown so much from when I've started, and I can't wait to see what it looks like in 10 years, mate.
Hopefully we're still doing this.
Oh, that's the plan, mate. That's the plan anyway.
It is the plan.
There we go.
Big things in the plans too, and make sure you do keep up to date with everything that's going on within the sim sphere with us, V8s Online, facebook.com/V8s Online to keep up to date. Some big things happening in the next little while. Just noticed too, Philip Morton's dropped from that pack ahead, and now he's coming under pressure from Alexander Bird and Tim Gaukrodger. Gaukrodger's got some great pace at the moment.
Yeah, you're exactly right. We have seen some phenomenal pace from him earlier on. They just struggled to put the whole package together and successfully, get a result in the race itself. But yeah, showing some good times on track. Not quite the pace of what those front 3 cars are on that last lap anyway. But yeah, just he needs to keep it clean and consistent, and he'll manage to get his way up there, I would think.
CPR replay on screen of an incident with Ethan Warren. He and Mark Rayner together. Just seeing what's happened here. Whether it looks like Warren's just looped it all by himself. And I'll tell you what, that would have been a very, very awkward conversation as Ethan Warren backed out onto the track with his brother Dane in the race lead, almost making contact with him.
Yeah,
that could have been awkward.
Yeah, I tell you what, though, having two brothers racing in the same house, you took the other one out, I reckon, in a race like this for the championship, there might be a little bit of an argument, maybe a bit of a punch on between the two, but maybe those two can let us know.
Let us know how the fight was. Thorpe has got through on Haswell too while we were just watching that replay. And just behind, as they've come past, some more cars battling. Just back in the field. This is for the last of our... Oh, we've got 3 runners back in the field, but this is the last positional battle on screen. Mike Koroloff, who... a few of the guys in race control will be more than happy to give Mike a penalty today for no reason. They will be hanging out to give Mike a black flag.
They will be. Mike is the man who gives everybody the penalties, tells everybody what's going on, and is not afraid to do so. And that's for the V8 Scops event that we run, the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. But great to see Mike out there having a crack today, and that's what he's all about. He's certainly not the fastest on track.
Just getting a replay of an incident between Shane Van Gisbergen and Josh Burton. There was contact between those two cars coming into Indianapolis there. That's an interesting incident.
Okay, so not sure what's happened there, but I don't think he's sustained really any damage from that.
Doesn't look like either of them have got any damage. Maybe a tiny little bit of damage to the Fusion 254 car, but yeah, Shane looks like he might have got away with that relatively unscathed, but that was a strange incident there.
Yeah, certainly is. And I'll tell you what, yeah, he's lost a bit of ground on from that incident. 5.9 seconds, but to Benefield in front of him. So not the lap that he wanted. It's now 45 minutes through the race.
Another car off the track too, the 271 car, the AusNZ Sim Racing car, Darren Bond, also off the track, coming out of the Porsche curves.
Yeah, I tell you what, they're quite lucky with this track, the way that it works. You've got a bit of runoff that if you make a mistake, you can generally get away with it. Certainly in earlier events that we've been to, cars would not be in this state after 45 minutes, but everyone looks to have reasonably straight panels.
So we're now on lap number 11, not number 12 actually, in this race.
Yeah, it seems so strange, only lap 11 after an hour of, or nearly an hour of racing. Yeah.
Have a look at the last lap time between our 3 leaders. 50.9 for... Let's try that again. Let's click the right button. There we go. A 20.9 for Dane Warren in the number 17. But have a look at the next 2 cars. Yeah. A 20-0 and a 20-0 for Benefield and Van Gisbergen. And that was including Van Gisbergen getting involved in an incident with a GTE car. As he comes on to lap our leader.
Yeah, there we go. So you can't count them out. Although there's a gap there forming now. They're, that team, they've been around the endurance stuff since iRacing first introduced it. And no slouch. I know Shane doesn't really run the LMP1 class. He hasn't run it in an endurance series that certainly I've been a part of. But yeah, he's certainly a force to be reckoned with in the GT3 back in the day. So don't count him out yet.
I would have actually thought we would have seen Shane in the GTEs as opposed to the LMP1, because it's much more suited to his driving style and what he drives in real life, especially, as you said, drives the GT3 and has driven GTE from memory as well, a GT Le Mans or GT Daytona in the Daytona 24, which is pretty much the GTE class.
Yeah, you're exactly right. So, yeah, certainly the older type of car that we ran which is basically the comparison of the LMP1 now, was not a fan of that and the GT3 stuff back in the day, but potentially this new car, well, these 2 new cars that have come to the iRacing service are suited a little bit more to him, and he's getting a feeling for them. This will certainly help his concentration. We go to Gold Coast in a few rounds in the Real V8 Supercar Series, and we saw him run at the V8 Scots Bathurst 1000. Didn't have the result that he wanted, but yeah, this will be for his real racing, I would think.
Yeah, I think he's getting a little bit of practice in. Maybe we might see him at Le Mans
Hope so.
one day. I know that that's on the bucket list for a lot of V8 supercar drivers. I don't believe there's a clash this year as well with the schedules around the real V8 supercar series and Le Mans.
You never know, mate. I might get the call up. Might get the call up from a big team. It's they might want me to come.
There's just as much chance of me getting a call up as Van Gisbergen is in to make his first pit stop. Now, one thing I'm wondering about these guys: have they worked out no tyres at the same time as fueling in the LMP1 class? We know that you can do both at the same time in the GTEs. And there is a clash with dates, so that has ruined that already. It is on the same weekend as the Hidden Valley V8 Supercars, so
hey,
we won't
there we
see
go,
this
mate.
year.
I'm definitely getting the call up then, you know. We're not getting any of the Australian guys, so maybe
maybe that's why Lounsey retired. He wanted to go and do...
Fair enough, too. Van Gisbergen staying in the car.
Yeah, looks like, as we've said throughout this series in the past, if you're not doing a driver swap, you don't change tyres. If you're doing your driver swap, you change tyres. And no tyre stop there for Van Gisbergen.
Yeah, I reckon that they're going to be driving to a number on this one. Maybe they're thinking that there potentially might not be another safety car come out. So, interesting strategy call from them, but certainly don't doubt their judgment on that one.
So we're nearly through our first hour. The first pit stop starting to unfold. We're going to go back to the GTE fight because Alexander Bird, we said he was one to watch with the pace he's got, and have a look at where he is now, tucked right under the rear wing of Philip Morton's Ferrari GTE. Those Fords definitely have some good power down the straights. And move done fairly easily in the end.
I tell you what, Jay, it's amazing to see the technology that goes into these endurance cars now. You know, from where they were even 10 years ago, it would have, you know, you would have never thought that you would have seen a car that, you know, has a boost system run by electricity and it recharges itself. I'm sure that these car manufacturers had it in the pipeworks for the last 20 years, but we certainly didn't see it in real life racing.
We probably didn't think we'd see electric cars racing it either, but you and I are both fans of Formula E, and probably one of the most exciting forms of racing out there, and people that aren't fans of it, I don't think they've ever watched a race, because it is really, really cool to watch.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and it just brings a whole different element to racing, and where, you know, where the future is in motorsport, obviously.
Leaders in the pits.
There we go. Leader in the pit lane, Dane Warren. So I tell you what, he is, you know, potentially, you did say before how long they got on a tank of gas. Was it 50 minutes?
Yeah, around about 50 minutes. They're about 45 to 50 minutes. Obviously, we had the safety car period too. So that would have affected how much fuel they've used.
So we're going to see.
Also in.
We're going to see it. Basically, all of them come in now, I reckon. We've got, all of them are in. Matthew Barron's in. Will Thorpe come in?
Well, Thorpe probably won't, because he pitted under the safety car, so they will take the lead in this race. The Swift Racing car now is our race leader in LMP1.
Yeah, there we go. So, if a safety car came out now, what would happen there? Potentially Van Gisbergen would come through to take the race lead. I'm not too sure, but no, maybe not. It's yeah, I don't think we're going to see one, but let's just throw that amongst the pigeons anyway.
Dane Warren looks like may have taken tyres, because he's come out behind Daniel Benefield. 9 seconds longer in the pit stop for Dane Warren over Daniel Benefield.
Or maybe he's made a mistake there.
Possibly.
Maybe he's made a mistake.
I think he's changed tyres by mistake. I think he's done a tyre stop. Wasn't originally planning to.
Yeah, because they do... From memory, they do reset when you first go out there. That is an option, so potentially he's forgot to untick it or something's happened there. If anyone wants to give us a bit of insight, that would be great.
Now we wait for our cars in GTE to come in. I just had a mental blank there for a second. Aaron Farmer also in. So all of our field in LMP1 has jumped into the pits. But this is a very, very long stop for Farmer. So not sure what's happened there. He's stopped for nearly a minute. We've also got cars in our GTE field. And that's the car that we have been confused about in this race. Ethan Warren is in the pits and getting out of the car. So I'm thinking there's some sort of tech issue there for Ethan Warren as Cody Bird jumps in. Be good to see Bird and how much pace he has got. But I tell you what, speaking of pace, Blake Neck is closed up and not far off Matthew Trotman. Have a look at how close he is. He's in the draft.
Wow. Wow. So there was a big gap out there. Last time I checked, it was 2.5 seconds. Now it's under a second. So Neck
side by side.
is...
Warren and Benefield. Sorry, mate.
No, there we go. No, exactly right. So these two guys, they're going to go at it. Now we saw the time difference between these cars was absolutely nothing. Benefield will not give up this position easily, and he will come back at Warren. This is going to work out perfectly for the likes of Van Gisbergen and the likes of the 54 Fusion Sim Racing car. So these guys battling on track will only cause them to close up.
The number 15 car of Aaron Farmer had a speeding and pit lane penalty, which explains the longer stop. Also took tyres as well. So back out there for Aaron Farmer. Cody Bird back out on track, but it is on for the GTE race lead. For the first time all race, it's taken 55 minutes, but Matthew Trotman is feeling pressure for the first time, and Blake Neck is applying it, and applying it very, very hard.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see kind of what happens here. Does he use that pace to his advantage and get past, or does he sit behind and potentially save a little bit of fuel? Looking a little bit further back though, Jay, there is the same gap for the ARM racing car and the Fusion 245 car. Nothing in it.
Yep, so they've got two really intense battles at the pointy end of GT as we get towards the end of the first fuel load in these cars. So awesome to see these battles going on. It's been an incredible race so far, and we were very, very worried coming into this race that this being potentially a snooze race and not much going on. These guys are definitely proving us wrong, aren't they, Fonty?
They certainly are. It is good to see, because I was worried about that. I did bring my concerns up with race control about not having safety cars. Certainly having that safety cars has changed the dynamics of the race, but yeah, great battles throughout the field. We have seen that though in the GTE stuff earlier on, with, you know, there not being safety cars in a race. The battle still continues, so I wasn't really too concerned about that. But yeah, certainly I wanted to see the fight at the top of the field happen, and we are seeing that happen with Benefield and Dane Warren earlier on.
Yeah, well, they've actually changed position again. A CPR replay on screen now of Dane Warren getting back past Daniel Benefield. I think Benefield may have cut the chicane a little bit too aggressively and was forced to give up a little bit of ground. And we'll just confirm that now as we're just getting the replay. Warren is starting to feel some pressure from behind from Benefield once again. Or has Benefield actually made a mistake? He might have made a mistake.
Yeah, potentially. Benefield, he lives and breathes sim racing. We met him for the first time, or I certainly met him for the first time at Sydney Motorsport Park, and he absolutely loves the stuff. And with the way sim racing is going, we're going to see some great things from Benefield.
Yep, of course, finished second in the VSR Showdown.
Yeah, you're exactly right. He wanted to get the win. There was a lot of people that wanted to get the win. Obviously, such a great prize up for offer in the VSR Showdown. We go on to the next event in just 2 weeks' time at a big gaming event in Melbourne, PAX, which I'm certainly excited about, and we are part of broadcasting that, which will be very exciting for us.
Yeah, going to be a fantastic event once again. So if you are in Melbourne and are heading to PAX, make sure you come and say hello to us. It's on for the lead in GTE still, and it is on for the effective race lead in LMP1. Don't know who to watch at the moment, as Benefield's got back past Dane Warren. We're going to go back to the lead in GTE, because the GTE boys, this could really affect how this championship plays out, because at the moment Ross Rizzo is back a little bit. That will hurt him in potentially sealing this championship. The Trick Sim Sports car really need to get maximum points to try and seal or make that championship fight even tougher for the Fusion Sim Racing cars.
Yeah, you're exactly right, mate. It's yeah, battling on track is good, but you need to be smart about it and not sort of let that person behind you close up. Just riding on board with Nick now. He is closing in. Is he getting off the throttle? I'm just going to listen in and see if that's the case. Wow.
Or maybe a little.
Maybe a little bit, which is a little bit is all you need over an 8-hour race. A little bit every straight can make all the difference when it comes down to that last pit stop.
Colin Schwecke is in for his second stop.
Hey,
and also Eric Thorpe in as well. So those guys who pitted under safety car have come in. We've just hit 1 hour complete though.
Yeah, so not too sure what's happened. Oh no, there we go. So timing is cleared up. So Van Gisbergen not making really any ground on those front two cars. But yeah, potentially just saving that boost.
Go back to the lead because this is now for the race lead, the outright lead in LMP1. My Performance Racing with Daniel Benefield behind the wheel.
Benefield's fast, man. Benefield is very quick, although Warren faster on that last lap. He's they're not really pulling away from one another, so Warren, with taking those tyres, I feel that has cost him a little bit, although potentially Benefield could have caught back up, and maybe we will see another safety car. Benefield leading the race now.
Have a look at Dane Warren's run down the straight.
He's on it. He's gonna make the move. He's gonna pop out. Here we go. It is on.
These two need to be careful to not keep changing position because they will let Van Gisbergen back in. Massive slide there. But Dane Warren under brakes did hold on. The GTE fight has lulled for the moment after the GTE cars had to let one of the LMP1 cars through. It just didn't quite happen at the right time for Blake Neck, so he's dropped the hour second behind, but I'm sure with the pace he's had, we'll see him back on the rear wing of Matthew Trotman again very soon, and when that does happen, we will go back to that battle, but we'll stay with this lead battle for the outright lead because they've changed positions, what, 4 or 5 times in the last 3 laps. Dane Warren applying a lot of pressure to the back of Daniel Benefield. Looking like around about 45 minutes to a tank is pretty much right based on the cars of Schwecke and also Haswell. Sorry, Thorpe I should say, who both come in for their second stops. They did pit under the safety car. We're not too far away from seeing the first of our runners in GTE jump into the pits. 1 hour and 3 minutes into this race already. We're over an eighth of the way through into the second hour, and it is going along quite nicely. Very entertaining race so far. But you would like to be part of the action too. The entries will start to open for next year's race or next season in the coming weeks as more things get announced.
Yeah, you're exactly right, mate. It's this championship, obviously, you know, we had the Australian Endurance Championship back in the day when this stuff first started off, and that kind of, you know, gained a lot of traction and had a lot of people racing in it. And you know, I think that next season, as you said earlier, Jay, you guys have some cool things in the pipeworks for this series. And the guys at GT Leagues do a fantastic job. So if you are watching and you are interested in coming and joining, you don't have to be a super pro to come and have a crack. Get a bunch of guys together and come and have some fun. And I'll tell you what, you'll be surprised at how well you would actually do as long as you start a trouble and, you know, you get a bunch of guys who are like-minded and want to have a good crack out there. As looking at that looking at that battle out front, Jay, where those guys are inseparable. It is surprising, though, that Van Gisbergen is not really catching them. He has lost a little bit of ground on them. He's now that gap's opened up to 11.6 seconds I'm seeing currently. So these two guys, potentially they're working together and opening it up. They do race together quite regularly and have done so in this series. So they have opened up a gap, but we may see a safety car at any point, which
Here we go, Trotman in.
Here we go, Trotman. He's in the pit lane. So first of our stoppers, Ross Rizzo. He has decided to not go into the pit lane, so maybe another lap for him. But anything can still happen, can't it? As we see Dane Warren. He's now leading the race.
Yeah, Geodesic Racing now take the lead in GTE for the first time. The first time the TTL car has not led that class today, and of course that is due to pit stops. There's also the pits one performance racing car. Oh, side by side, the LMP1s. Oh, Benefield just found a gap there, coming up to two slower GTE cars. That's Cody Bird, and I'm not sure who the other car is there. This Bird's actually gone. Oh, it's actually Dylan Shepherd. So those guys are last and second last on track in GTE. Those are two drivers and two teams you would not expect to see as the last two cars in GTE.
No, you're exactly right. It's obviously with that black flag for Shepherd, that would not have helped his situation, and with the issues
coming back past again.
Yeah, there we go. So these two guys, they're going to continue to go at it. It is not working out well, though, for that Oceanic Sim Racing LMP1 car, which is driven by Simon Black, Van Gisbergen, and Dylan Carroll. So I'm sure that we will see those guys come as soon as we see driver changes, which we will definitely see in that next round of stops for those guys. As soon as we see that happen, then potentially we're going to see cars catch up, cars drop back, and cars come from the absolutely nowhere to take the lead of the race. That is the great thing about endurance racing stuff, and that's what I absolutely love. You never know who is going to win until that last pit stop has happened.
Speaking of driver changes, there has been one. Brady Myers has jumped into the formerly leading car, the TTL Esports GTE, so he will now run around, and Ross Rizzo is under pressure because Alexander Bird has closed that gap quite a lot. The gap was about 3 or 4 seconds the last time I looked at it. Rizzo is now feeling a lot of pressure from behind.
Yeah, that's not what I expect. Potentially Rizzo driving to a number. Also got that ARM racing car right in the mix as well. I am surprised to see how well those guys are going. And I tell you what, it's kind of a bit different for driving at Le Mans, really. You set the car up so differently than what you would at, you know, the likes of Road Atlanta or something like that. It's just so different, and you know, where do you place that rear wing is such a massive call to make when you are setting up the car for such a long race, 8 hours. And of course we have, you know, points at the halfway distance. So do you pull the points in at the start of the race and, you know, potentially hinder yourself at the end of the race, or do you go all out and, you know, just try and get that end result?
Interesting at the front of the field as well. Warren has now started to break away, so maybe those new tyres now starting to come into their own. As Benefield runs around on 70-minute old tyres. Doesn't sound like too much, 17-lap old tyres. No, it doesn't at all. And you know, these tyres wear a lot differently on this track, and I'm sure looking at Van Gisbergen's pace now, he's closed back up to under 10 seconds. Benefield's dropped off, so although he is closing that gap again, he's back right up there. Maybe he used all the boost and now recharge the battery back into it again. Yeah, and that's just so interesting, and that's what I was saying earlier, like, you just don't know. Anything can happen. One person can make a mistake but have plenty of boost and you know, walk away with it, or you know, that person behind can just be consistent and
not use so much boost, and then all of a sudden, bang, you're seeing them right back up. So 1 second separating those guys. Now it's back to 11 seconds.
Oh, Rizzo just missed his pit box. Rizzo missed his pit
Oh,
box.
no.
Had to reverse back as everyone in GTE jumps into the lane. Also had a warning from race control. How ironic is this? The warning has come from race control from someone in his own car.
Rejoin.
Unsafe rejoin for the 286 car from a driver of the 286 car. So anyone that says that they look after themselves, there's your proof they're penalising and warning themselves for bad driving or an incident.
That's exactly right, Jay, and it's amazing to see, and that just shows the professionalism of this this series and the guys at GT League. Simon Mizomo, big part to play there. One of the guys, Philip Morden, also, you know, he's the driving force and puts a lot of the deals together, and I'm sure that he was a big key player in that Neo Endurance deal that has happened. So you certainly can't say that they are, you know, favouring themselves when they issue themselves up here. Here we go. Okay.
Why is he in the pits? It's an out of sequence pit stop. Also, as well, just heard that there was no tyre swap for Dane Warren. He actually got a speeding and pit lane penalty, just why his pit stop was longer. So interesting. And also, cool. Rizzo's come out in effective 5th. So it was effective 2nd, or was 2nd coming into the pits, or 3rd, I should say, coming out behind Alexander Bird and Tim Gaukroger. But I'm surprised by this pit stop for Shane Van Gisbergen. It is not the time you would expect as Benefield
staying
comes
in the
through.
car. No, he's not. He is out of the car. Dylan Carroll is in. So maybe they're already reverse engineering this race to try and figure it out. Maybe they've thought to themselves, okay, well, if we do this now and later on we can potentially push it out longer or something like that. But they are up on the jack. They will be getting themselves a fresh set of rubber. Still stationary as they take off now. Dylan Carroll in the car. So this is a really nerve-wracking time for that second driver in any car, really. And you know, you don't want to stack it for that person who's done a phenomenal job earlier on. And you know, certainly myself, when I've done this stuff, it takes you a few laps to get into it. The grip difference is level from when you were out there practicing beforehand, or maybe you've been out in a private session doing some laps just to get yourself in the swing of things. But as soon as you're in the car and you're on the track with, you know, 50 other cars or whatever we've got out there on track, we've got, what, 27 cars out there on track now. It's completely different. So it's going to be interesting to see how fast he can get up to pace.
So we've just seen Benefield come back past Dane Warren. Warren got him back, and then Benefield now back through. So that is a change of position. It also looks like we will have a change of position. Brady Myers and Blake Neck.
There we go.
Side by side coming in Indianapolis.
Absolutely love it. What two iconic race cars out on track battling. The Porsche absolutely screams its way down these straights, and the Ford doesn't sound as aggressive as what it does, but it's got that deep roar to it. And the Ford in real life is such a cool car. I would certainly love to have a skid around a racetrack in one of them.
I don't think I'd mind what car I got to have a skid around in. You can give
mate,
me a
Suzuki Swift. What do you reckon?
Hey, I'd be happy to drive anything around Le Mans. Give me a scooter, I'll ride that.
There we go. Well, yeah, I did a lap around the Nordschleife in a Suzuki Swift RS. Little race car. It wasn't the most powerful thing, but you know, certainly all you need to go and do a lap around.
Oh, Brady Myers just clipped the wall.
Oh,
Brady
wow.
Myers into the wall. You can see a little bit of damage to the car on the right-hand side. But that was a decent hit there.
Yeah, not what you wanted. Yeah, tiny little bit of damage. So they'll be exposing that front hand right tyre and slowing him down. So not... Oh, is he... No, he's not going to come into the lane. So yeah, that rear tyre is exposed as well. So that will definitely be slowing him down. That is not where he wants to be at this stage. This is going to open that gap up, I reckon.
Wow, that was not what I was expecting to happen in this race. Blake Neck now is second position outright because Kurt Stenberg is in the lead of the race. They started all the way back in last, currently lead. But of course they did pit under that last caution period. So they are on a bit of an alternate strategy at the moment. Also got Frank Rosenbauer jumping into the pit. So we've got a couple of cars still yet to make their pit stops for this round of stops. Also got in the lane there, the Oceanic sim racing car. But the only cars left to pit in GT are the ones that did pit under that caution period. Benefield now leading and breaking away. Last lap by was 5 seconds quicker than Dane Warren, so I'm thinking Warren has used all of his boost, is now having to check up a little bit, save a little bit of boost, regenerate the battery, get back into full pace once again.
Yeah, I think you're right, mate. It's just, as I've said so many times already in this race, you just don't know where their battery situation is at. I wish we had the charts or the live data from that stuff so we can know exactly what's going on. But to keep it interesting amongst teams, you know, you got to keep your cards hidden, don't you?
Well, you don't want your opponents to know what's going on, so that's why we don't mind if you are wanting to tell us something. You can feed us a little lie, we don't mind. It might help you out. If you feed lies and might have opponents listening, they might believe what we're saying. So
that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it.
I remember back in the day when we used to have Reese pit reporting for us on our Monday Night V8 Supercar events. Teams would feed him information, but every single race it was the wrong information. But because it was the only information we had, we went with it.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and it happens in real motorsport too. Like, you know, just those passing comments of, you know, how things going out on track for a particular driver or whatever, and just making that, you know, small remark is well, you need to kind of throw that other team out of, you know, what they're thinking or what they're doing, what their strategy is.
We just had car of Matthew Barron run wide. Run off the circuit there. A little bit lucky with how he rejoined. There was no one around, so he's continuing on, but he did lose a spot to Eric Thorpe. So the Swift Racing car now into third. I'm sure those boys will absolutely be over the moon to be in that position at the moment. As Cameron Dance around as well.
Oh, Cam.
What's happened to Cam?
I did not expect that.
Still battling with Jordan McDonald, so I'm going to get a replay up on screen now, and we'll see if something's happened there between those two cars. Also see as well, there's a battle between two very, very good mates out on track, Matthew Nethercote and Mike Koroloff as well, so there'll be no love lost between those two boys.
No, you're exactly right, mate. It's yeah, those two guys. Oh, Cam, he lost it all by himself, actually.
Yeah, what's the net code there, maybe? A little bit of net code contact. There definitely wasn't actual contact from McDonald. He didn't give him enough room there, so. Strange incident.
Yeah, okay. That was a bit of a strange incident. Yeah, certainly a little bit off-putting, so I'm sure Cam will come back through. He's got away with that without any damage. But, yeah, that's the hardest thing. I know, you know, we know from previous events that McDonald struggles with an internet connection. He lives in a middle of nowhere, and, you know, when you're struggling with an internet connection racing against all these guys, it can be quite nerve-wracking for that person you're racing with, and, you know, where you are on the track. And we've just seen it there, that, you know, just that little bit of net code is all it takes to throw you out of a great run.
Kurt Stenberg now in the pit, so field is cleansed at the front of GTE. The battle in LMP1 though is starting to close up. Have a look at how close Dane Warren has got it back. It was out to 3 seconds. It's now back to 1.2. Last lap around, he was a full 1.5 seconds quicker.
Yeah, so that's exactly it. You never know. You never know in this LMP1 class, and that's what I love about it. I haven't really been able to do many laps myself in the car. I know they got so much grip, and there's so much technology that goes into them, and just watching them come down the straight as there's a car going past the car of Cam Dance, it's really hard for these drivers in the LMP1 to navigate their way through the field, especially when we've got so many GTEs out on track today. You know, and that's all it takes to lose a race, is that small little incident with a slower class car can end your day just like that.
Love this shot looking over the shoulder of Dane Warren. You can see the no rear vision mirror, but at the reverse camera looking back. Your number up on the in with the mirror as well, and you can also see on the dash last lap time a 3:16.8. Very, very good lap time. As we said, 1.5 seconds quicker than the car of Daniel Benefield, reaching 325 in that short shoot past the golf course. That's some incredible pace in what you wouldn't expect to be an overly fast overly fast section of track. It feels like when you look at the map, that's not a section you're going to go overly quick on, especially with that slow corner at the start. But it's amazing how much speed you can get at this circuit. It's now up to 310 just before the Porsche curves, and see the rear of the car almost unloads and starts to slide.
Yeah, and looking at those cars in real life, going to the Goodwood Festival and checking out the Porsche that Brendan Hartley drove in the endurance stuff, they're such an amazing piece of equipment, and you know, you're seeing it there. They're 325k an hour, like that is super fast. The New Zealand land speed record is 349 kilometers, and that was done in a Porsche GT2. But you know, these guys are doing it every single lap, and it's just crazy, the technology that is put into these cars and these race cars these days. I don't know exactly what they're worth, but they could be worth some serious money.
No, I know my bank account wouldn't even be able to cover a Model 1 at the moment. It's that expensive. Don't worry, just got to slow down. Also, as well, while you're talking about that too, amazing to think that you can do a track that is 13 kilometers in length in under 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, isn't it crazy, really? It's absolutely crazy. Actually, looking at this battle though, Jay, back here for P16, 17, 18, these guys going at it. Cam Dance back in the mix. He is right on that tail of Jordan McDonald, so that little issue that he had
got through too.
Oh, but McDonald throwing it up there. He's gonna. Oh, whoa! That was super close. Wow. Too
Burton
close.
had a massive moment there as well.
Very ambitious move by McDonald.
Now, I don't think Josh Burton was too happy with how that played out there, and good avoidance from Cam Dance as Burton come back onto the track and got a little bit too sideways. But this is going to continue for a little while here, I think.
Yeah, and that's the cool thing about this track, is it's just so long and there's so long of straights that you do see these battles just shaping out. We don't have, you know, it's not stop start. It just generally flows really, really well, and slipstream is such a big key player in the result of this race.
This is the closest battle on track at the moment. The other battles that are going on, Tim Gowcrodger trying to get past, or has just got passed by Ross Rizzo not that long ago, so they're still fairly close. And also Kurt Stenberg and Dylan Shepherd are still going at it. But we'll stay with this battle here. This is for 8th, 9th and 10th in class for a top 16 outright. We've seen throughout this series, last round, oh, big lunge for Burton. I didn't think he was going to pull that up. And McDonald actually has got a slowdown penalty, so he's going to have to give up a spot as well. Might have to give up too. So just like that, Dance has gone from the last in the train. Half a lap around, he's back in the lead of the train.
Yeah, that's the thing. As soon as you cut the track, you've got to slow down. It's not like well, that's kind of a good thing about sim racing, really, is, you know, track limits are, as soon as you hit a track limit, you don't really get a warning for it. You're just bang, you're straight, get a penalty or get a time penalty where you have to slow down, and you just find yourself dropping way down the field.
Jordan McDonald with a run, he's trying to get past. You can see heavily the lights on the dash flashing. 9,500 RPM on the limiter. Amazing to see that these cars are absolutely on the edge. Nothing left in them. Draft absolutely maxing out the pace.
That is crazy, I tell you what. Oh, look at him. Look at Cam Dance. He is, Jordan McDonald, he is flashing his lights. He wants to get past Joshua Burton, get the job done. In the meantime, this is giving Cam Dance a little bit of a break, but we've got the car. Is that Matt Nethercoat? No, a little bit further up. Mark Rayner. Mark Rayner is closing up. He's closing up on them at a dramatic rate of not.
Yeah, so we're going to see an actual four-car battle here. Look, based on the last few lap times, Rayner was, what, 2 seconds quicker than McDonald and 1 second quicker than Cam Dance. So we will see this as a four-car battle within the next lap and a half, as Burton has another look. Not quite able to do it yet, but just had to lock up the fronts there to avoid contact into the rear of McDonald. McDonald checked up at a spot that I don't think Burton was expecting. Also, Ross Rizzo's not been able to break away from Tim Gaukroger. So, a few interesting things going on. But at the front of LMP1, Benefield has now broken away. 4.4 second gap between those two cars right now.
Yeah, Benefield, he's on a roll. Touched on earlier. He's super fast, racing against myself a couple of times. He's so smooth, and you know, he can put a lap together, lap after lap after lap, which is what you want to do in this endurance stuff. There's no good when you can be fast on one lap and then, you know, the next lap you're 4 seconds a lap slower, because you're never going to do anything. It's just about keeping clean, consistent, and generally find yourself right up there. But yeah, he certainly opened up a gap bigger than what I expected today, Warren. Now we're seeing what happened in that first stint where Warren was in front, and he just kept that gap very, very consistent throughout that stint. And he makes a mistake in the pit lane, catches up, and now we're seeing the exact opposite for Benefield. So Benefield, I don't think, as long as he keeps it clean, he'll continue to stay in this race lead.
Just also confirmed with the guys at Race Control, a 67% race distance maximum time. No stint length though, so you can drive for 6 hours in a row if you wanted to. We're not going to see that happen, I don't believe, but 67% of the leader's race distance is the maximum amount of laps that one driver is allowed to do. And we know that from previous races, safety cars have caught a few teams out. They've been working it out on the time. But if a safety car comes out when you've got your second driver that's not doing the most laps in, it will then mean that they won't do enough laps.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That'd absolutely gut you if that's the case as well. You know, you try so hard and then you make one mistake, you know, one lap, and being such a long lap here as well, you really have to focus and think about that.
Burton did not get the run that he got on the previous lap coming on to the straight. Also got another battle starting to unfold. So we're going to break away from this one now and go to Alexander Bird, who was right on the tail of Brady Myers. Now, Brady, I think, has made a mistake on this lap because that gap has gone from what was about 4 or 5 seconds between he and Neck. It's now up to 9 seconds. And Bird is applying a lot of pressure now to the TTL Esports car. This could be championship changing because Rizzo is behind the 245 versus the 296. That is the championship fight in GTE. Here comes Bird. Side by side, and it will be a move done. So Alexander Bird in the 245 car moves ahead. Now, if this was the... Oh, big lockup for Bird. If this was the positions at the 4 hour mark when we cross the line for the halfway point to award points, this would tie the championship lead in GTE.
Yeah, you're exactly right, mate. This GTE field, I really want to go back out and do this stuff myself again, because watching it here today is so cool. And you know, they don't have the boost pack that the LMP1 cars have, so it's a little bit more of a you can kind of tell where you're at on track, which is what I quite like about it.
As we hit the 1.5 hour mark in this race, we're going to take our first break. We will keep you up to date with all of the action though. We will run side by side throughout the break, so you will not miss anything happening out on the track. Thank you for joining us here on V8 Online. This is the Oceanic Endurance Championship, supported by West End Mazda. We'll be back very, very soon.
I'm Dave Kemmer. I'm the CEO and CTO at iRacing. We started this back in 2004, so we're actually older than 10 years old, but we first opened up the site to the public in 2008. It actually got started about 30 years ago when we did our first game at Papyrus, which was Indy 500. And that actually was just about 30 years ago, a little less. I was working on it 30 years ago. And that just, you know, led to IndyCar racing, NASCAR racing. We eventually did Grand Prix Legends, and then we took that Grand Prix Legends engine and put it on NASCAR 2004, NASCAR 2002, 2003, and at that point, EA got an exclusive license with NASCAR, and the company that owned us at that point, which was Vivendi Universal, decided to shut the studio down because they couldn't figure out another way to make money with the tech that we had. It was just about that time that I got connected with John Henry, because he had just bought the Red Sox and come to town, and it turns out that he was a big fan of the NASCAR 2003 season. And so he came to the office just to visit one day, and we got connected. And we were talking about the fact that this was going to be shut down, and what could we do with it. Certainly it didn't seem like Vivendi had an interest in using the code base, so he kind of helped us buy that code base back from them and set up iRacing, which we did in 2004. He got involved because he thought that the simulator was very cool. He just had a great time with it. In fact, he built up a league of his friends at home that, and they apparently raced so much that several of them started to suffer burnout. But no, he definitely is a dedicated sim racer.
He's typing! He's typing! He's got it! He's got it! It's a new line of code! I'll get my code.
There were a few things that we wanted to try to do when we were starting up iRacing that would be different than what we had done before. One was to make a web-based service for multiplayer. It just seemed like a natural way to be able to market and reach people directly, rather than through a store or selling a box. John was very interested in building a sport, something that actually, where there were rules and a sanctioning organization, where it would really feel like what you're doing in the sim was meaningful. We kind of wanted to start from scratch. I mean, using the technology that we had from Grand Prix Legends, but we started just pulling pieces of that, and we built the code base up essentially from the ground up. I think John put it as it's sort of like in the old days of Papyrus, we were selling bats and balls and gloves, and he said, hey, let's create the playground and the ball field and make the umps and turn this into something. And it's interesting because really when we started in 2008, we didn't have very much content, but it was exciting right off the bat for that very reason, that we had these rules. People could understand, hey, this is what's at stake. And at this point, 10 years in, I feel like we've really succeeded on that front. I think we've executed on that vision just as well as I could have possibly hoped we would. I've been surprised by how much progress we've made with the simulation. It blows me away when I see it. It's just like, wow, this looks really good. There's so many pieces in there, and they all work. It's just really awesome. It's way beyond what we had 10 years ago. Of course, we have a lot of stuff that's in development, big things. We've talked about the day-night transitions, the new damage model, better sound engine. There's just a lot going on and these are bigger projects which take a while to do, but when people see them and see the results, I think they'll really be pleased with it.
Welcome back to V8's Online's coverage of the Oceanic Endurance Championship. And on screen, this is the battle for 9th, 10th and 11th position in GTE as Josh Burton holding up Cameron Dance. They just changed position just as we cut to the shot. And now, this is an intense fight. Mark Rayner in this too. McDonald's pulled away a little bit as well.
Yeah, there we go, man. This battle is intense. Cam Dance is finding himself in every single battle. Not too sure what has happened to himself though, because Jordan McDonald, who he was in a very close battle with, is now 6 seconds up the road. So that's, yeah, a little bit strange, but we still do have a long race to go. 6 hours and 24 minutes to be exact, and anything can happen, and it always does happen. This is sim racing, this is endurance stuff, and you absolutely love it. Looking a little bit further up though, Rizzo is super fast, Jay. He is closing that gap to Alexander Bird in the Fusion Sim Racing 245 car. There is not a scratch on that Trick Sim Sports car currently.
Oh, Brady Myers!
Oh
Around
no,
the Porsche curves. I was just about to say that Brady Myers is struggling and talking about scratches on the car, that he was in trouble,
yes.
But wow, that was not what I was expecting to see as I flicked to him.
Yeah, there we go. So that's interesting, actually. We have seen, well, when Brady first joined TTL, he ran in this endurance series stuff, and he actually looped it. I can't remember which round it was. I think it was round 2 or round 3. He ran and he was a little bit inconsistent with keeping the car on the track. Oh, another big moment from there, actually. But yeah, certainly struggling a little bit since he's got some damage on that right-hand side of the vehicle.
Going to go to Ross Rizzo, tucked right under the rear wing of Alexander Bird. Now, the thing that makes this battle really interesting is this is first and second in the championship.
Yeah, there we go. So if we know anything, we know that Trick Sim Sports will have a plan up their sleeve as to what they're going to do, how they are going to execute their pit stops, and absolutely nail it when it comes down to the fuel strategy. Not too sure those numbers, but these two guys, they're battling hard, and they want that top step of the podium. They want to win this championship. The championship winner from last season, the 200 car, they're out the back door. They've had a horrible race at the start when Ethan Warren was in the car. Now Cody Bird's back in the car. He's doing an alright job. He's keeping it on track, and he's not having technical dramas, which is what we saw for Ethan. But yeah, these two guys up the front, it's on for the championship.
Sure is. This is very, very entertaining fight as well. And the one thing about these two cars, the 245 and the 296, is the full driver lineups in both of those teams are equally strong. So it doesn't matter which driver you have in the car, you're going to end up with a very, very strong driver pairing no matter what. So this is going to be a great fight to watch for the next 6.5 hours. Next, around about 120 odd laps of racing.
Got a few cars in the pit lane, Jay, of the LMP1. We've got Timothy Swecki in the lane. Eric Thorpe also in the lane. Cars out on track still though in that. Oh, so everyone. Okay, so we've seen driver changes. Driver changes in the lead two cars. I didn't realise that.
Yeah, so the driver swaps happened while we were under our break, and Tim Delisle is now into One Performance Racing LMP1, and Scott Solosky in the All-Star Motorsport LMP1. Both those guys quick in their own right, but not as quick as the drivers that we saw in that car. So this could be a chance for the likes of Dylan Carroll and Timothy Schwecki to gain a little bit of ground while the B drivers are in those cars. So be interesting to see if they can make any inroads. Delisle now coming up to the back of this battle pack we were watching before. Cameron Dance and Josh Burden, and Dance tucked right under that rear wing to get some draft, try and get a move done, possibly into Indianapolis.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how these two lead cars go, really. I know that we've seen phenomenal pace from Kozlowski in previous rounds. I remember round 4, there was 3 of them going all at it, and Scott really surprised me on how fast he was. We hadn't really seen that pace out of him. So I know once he gets into the swing of things and he's you know, 3-4 laps in, he'll have a read on what the car's doing, how it feels, how the track feels, and I'm sure that we will see him catch up. But the gap currently between first and second, 5.6 seconds.
Scott was another driver that we were lucky enough to catch up with at the VSR Showdown. Hopefully we'll see a lot more drivers at the next VSR Showdown in 2 weeks' time, live from the Melbourne Exhibition Centre, otherwise known as Jeff's Shed, just over the road from the Crown Casino in Melbourne. If you are going to PAX, make sure you do stop by and say hello. If you are trying to compete, it is the last day of qualifying today. I'll tell you what, how close has it been in that, Fonty? It is incredibly tight with the top 18 going through. 17th and 18th are tied for times. It's going to be intense, the qualifying today.
Yeah, you're exactly right, mate. What a great series that is, and you know, it's really cool for sim racing, the sport, to be sanctioned by the governing body of motorsport in Australia. And you know, we were at round 1 at Sydney Motorsport Park. It was a really cool experience for us, a bit of a learning curve for us, something different to what we were kind of used to, but yeah, took a lot away from it. And you know, the racing that we had was pretty cool, and the prize is even better. You know, to drive to go from a simulated software of racing to getting a drive in a Formula 4 car. I certainly would love to have a skid in one of them myself. So we have the same prize up for grabs in the next round, only 2 weeks away. And yeah, I'm sure we're going to see a few of these drivers that are out on track today. One person I definitely know who will be there will be Daniel Benefield. We couldn't get him away from the place on the Friday, Saturday, Sunday at Sydney Motorsport Park, and I'm sure he's the same. He's one of the fastest drivers out there. I think he's currently sitting in P2. So anything can happen on this last day, though. I'm sure he's safe, but yeah, great to see the amount of drivers.
What's happened with Cam Dance? He was just really slow. Has he got a slowdown penalty trying to clear it and given up time to Mark Rayner? He's just out of the throttle for a long time there. So looks like Dance has lost all of that ground that he had when he was starting to close up onto the back of Burden. Lost all of that gap again. So he's going to have to try and close it back up once more. We're going to go back to Alexander Bird versus Ross Rizzo, though. Also another driver, or another person that we will see at VSR Showdown on screen. Reece Gardner's coming over to help us with commentary. It's going to be awesome to have Reece over.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Reece has been part of our team at V8 Online for a very long time, and we can't thank Reece enough for the efforts that he put in. And yes, he will be joining the team in Melbourne, so he's making the trip from Perth to Melbourne, and it's going to be great for myself to meet him. And yeah, we can't thank Reece enough for the efforts he's out on track today. Doesn't do a huge amount of sim racing stuff himself, but mainly focuses on this endurance stuff, which, you know, him and his team over there at Fusion Sim Racing do a fantastic job. Looking though, Jay, at this battle for Ross Rizzo, Alexander Bird, these guys are inseparable at the moment. They're the closest battle that we have on track currently. A couple of other cars going to be close. Cam Dance closing up the back of Rayner again. He had a few mistakes made. We don't often see Cam make too many mistakes, to be honest, Jay.
No, he's usually pretty solid, isn't he? Usually one of the drivers you could almost say, well, I'll put my money on Cam finishing with the least number of incidents or the least issues in a race, but hasn't quite gone his way at the moment. Fairly sure that Taylor Oates will jump into that car when Cam is finished his stint. They've done a pretty good job, being very, very consistent throughout this series, and they're driving for the absolute perfect reasons to go out there and race in this series, to have a laugh, have some fun, and have a bit of a drive with your mates.
Oh, there we go, Jay. Just watching this battle there. Try to cut you off, mate. Reece Gardner, Eric Thorpe. Thorpe has flown past Gardner, so Gardner loses a position. That Swift Racing car, we've seen some great pace out of them this event. They have been around for a little bit, but yeah, certainly haven't expected to see that sort of speed. Dylan Carroll, though, slightly faster than those front two guys on the last lap. He's 3:19.7, whereas the front two cars 3:21.2 for One Performance Racing, 3:21.6 for All Star Motorsport 17. So Carroll been in the car for a little bit longer, potentially has a little bit more of a feel, or you know, just feels comfortable getting egged on by his teammates, and yeah, we can't give those guys out as they actually cross the line. So absolutely nothing in it between any of those guys.
It's great to see the pace as close as it is. You caught me completely off guard there. I was just enjoying a lolly, and I thought you were going to talk a little bit longer than you did then.
Oh, sorry, mate. I can
it's unusual for you.
Oh, there we go. There we go, mate. Nah, that's yeah, it is good to see, because we've seen just dominating performances from, you know, particular teams at rounds. Certainly All-Star Motorsports last round, I think it was, just absolutely smashed it and hit it out of the park. We've seen the Fusion Sim Racing guys struggle a little bit, I feel, this season. Like, you know, the 54 car, they have had some bad luck, and they had some good luck at the same time, but you know, I would have thought that they would have potentially been a little bit better than they had been. As we're seeing Reese Gardner, he is catching the back of that Swift racing car. So we saw it between the One Performance Racing and the All-Star Motorsports car. They're just going to go back and forth until somebody makes a mistake and pulls a gap.
I think the one thing about the Fusion guys is they haven't been overly happy with their car choice. They feel in the LMP1 class that they may have picked the wrong car, while they're more comfortable in the Audi and it suits their driving style. They aren't able to drive it at the same pace as some of these Porsche teams have been. In saying that, first position at the moment is a Porsche, second position is an Audi, then a Porsche, Audi, Porsche, Porsche. So parity not really an issue, and then in GTE, Ford, Ferrari, Porsche. So I think the parity is pretty close for these cars. The LMP1s are pretty close to as good as they could be. Of course, very, very different cars, because the Audi only recharges the battery under brakes, whereas the Porsche recharges under throttle and under brakes. So a little bit of an advantage to some of the Porsche teams. But as we said as well, the downside to that is when they have to pit, they do have to pit for longer.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and it's just yeah, it's amazing to know that the technology that goes into these cars, and who would have ever thought that they would have put electricity and petrol together. Or seeing Brady Myers, another bit of a moment there for Brady Myers, but getting back to that is just, yeah, the technology of the fact, you know, they work together and can give them an extra boost is phenomenal to me. I certainly never expected it, and you know, we're seeing the electric cars come up in the racing series. There's obviously Formula E.
Oh, there's been contact between the Swift racing car, the 60 car, and also Cameron Dance. What's happened here?
Oh, I got to go back and have a look at this one. So the drama continues for Cam Dance. We have not seen him have a good day, which this is a very, very rare occasion. So, okay.
Dylan Carroll has also just come into the pits.
Oh, so he didn't see him.
That's an identical... Oh, no, the Swift car actually looks like it's locked up and just missed the apex.
Well, looking at Cam, I don't think he saw him. But going back, though, because Cam was wide, he went to turn it on his normal line, and that Swift car was just underneath him. So that's really unfortunate for those guys.
Also watched on board there with Eric Thorpe, and it doesn't look like he actually turned for the corner. He just missed the apex altogether.
It's really strange. So unfortunate incident for those guys. That LMP1 car will have sustained some damage. You can certainly see it there on that front splitter, but that
it didn't turn when he went to turn the wheel. If you actually go back and have a look at an onboard and watch the steering wheel of Thorpe, it did not turn.
Seen another pit stop from Dylan Carroll. He's continuing to stay in the car. I'm guessing we're going to see Simon Black get in next. So that's their strategy. How far are we through this? We are nearly 2 hours through this event, and they're now on their third stop. So they are smart with what they're doing. I'm pretty sure they'll be hoping for another safety car at some point. The field being spread out so far now, it's going to be a little bit harder, but if we see an engine go bang, I'm pretty sure we're going to see a safety car.
Well, there's also an incident like we've seen just there between Thorpe and Dance. That's the second one we've seen at that corner. We could very easily see a few more of those that, know, if we start to see a few more of them, we're going to end up with an incident that will end a race. Is just hearing as well, 36 minutes to a stint for the LMP1 cars, which is only 12 laps, 11 laps, so not very long in the LMP1 cars. So reverse engineering the race at this point is probably not a bad idea to try and work out where you want to sit, especially for those guys that need the points at the halfway point.
Yeah, I think you're right, mate. And yeah, have the Oceanic sim racing team done it well, or have they made a mistake? That's the big question.
Or did they have no choice? That could have been the other
Maybe.
thing for having that short stop, because Shane had to get out of the car at the same time. It was an unscheduled time to make a pit stop, but we did see Shane get out of the car, so unless he's had another commitment that he's had to go to or something, not sure. You never know with real-world races.
I saw him sign out, and he was back in there, so he is currently in the session. So yeah, I'm not too sure what's happened there. If anyone from that team wants to give us a little bit of insight, that'd be great. No, I'm sure they're going to keep their cards very close, though, as any professional racer does, or any sim racer does as well. Any sim racing team, it is hugely competitive out there on track, as we're seeing today. And you know, you want to beat your rivals out there. You race against them on a weekly basis, on a daily basis, and it's a lot of fun. And you know, you enjoy racing them on track. As looking back here, look who is under pressure. Brady Myers is under huge pressure. That car has got some big damage on it. Look at that rear wing. It is struggling. No, so he'll be hanging out to that next pit stop. I know these guys, they don't get themselves a fresh car.
I believe they get one.
This
race,
okay.
one for the race, but you don't want to use that too early, because if you do, that ruins your race. It ruins your whole day. We've seen that teams that have been smart about when they've used that throughout this series have really dictated whether they get a good result or not. We've seen teams that have needed to use it in the last 15 minutes, and it's pretty much been the difference between a DNF and getting a podium. Think back to Imola.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right, and it's hard though. You know, do you continue to drive a car in the state like Brady Myers, or you know, potentially he may jump out of the car after the stint and you know, hand it over to someone, or maybe he's built the confidence up. But yeah, it's certainly a hard thing when you damage the car like that, and then the team around you've got to make the call whether or not to use that car early on. I think what you got to do, you know, they're not in the championship fight as such. I think you just got to risk it and use it. That's my personal feeling, but every team's different. They make their own decisions what happens on track.
I think what they would likely do is, when they come in for their next pit stop, see how much damage they need to fix, work out how long it will take them to fix it, and then assess it from there.
Yes,
so if you come in and it's only 45 seconds of repairs, you do them and then see how the car is. If it's still horrible, then you might do it at the next pit stop. But if it's, you know, 7 minutes of repairs, then you might look, well, maybe that's going to cost us more time in the long run. So I think when they come into the pits, they'll probably be hoping for a safety car soon, so that they can actually do it under safety car.
Was safety car would play a crucial role in that decision as well. You know, it's such a long lap under safety car that you can afford to sit there for you know, 3 or 4 or 5 minutes.
Well, the safety car lap, its one registered lap time was 8 minutes 18. So
there we go.
That's how long a lap is under safety car. So you can sit there for 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, there we go. So you know, you obviously want to try and catch back up to those guys in front of you. So you know, you just got to make that call, and that's what a long track like this has the advantage of.
On screen is a battle for 8th and 9th in GTE. Josh Bird and John McDonald. So Bird now through on McDonald. We did have Cam Dance in his battle earlier, but he has dropped all the way back. You can see him in the background. As coming on past is a ProTech Sim Sports car. Great to see those guys out on track with us here today. The ProTech Sim Sports entry. We'll get a bit more of a focus on those guys as the day progresses, but we'll stay with the battles. While we've got some battles to watch, we will stay with them, because we have seen a few of these races get a bit of a lull at the midpoint of the race and then all of a sudden turn it on right at the end.
Yeah, you're exactly right, mate. This endurance stuff, man, you can never guess what's going to happen, because you guess something, you think something's going to happen, then a minute later it's all been thrown out the door again.
Don't forget too, we do have live timing up on our website, vanceonline.com/live timing. Keep up to date with everything happening in the race as the race progresses, in case we have missed something out on the circuit. Other thing too is we will have this race separated into 2 separate broadcasts so that we can have both broadcasts available pretty much from start to finish straight away. We know that there's issues with YouTube if the broadcast lengths go over 4 hours, so we're breaking it up into 2 4-hour lots. So as soon as we finish the first 4 hours and get some results, we will swap over to the secondary broadcast stream, and we'll be with that one from as soon as we can after that 4 hours until the race end.
Yeah, well, at that 4-hour mark, Jay, we're going to know what the point situation is with what happens if they cross the halfway point right now, and Zlowski, who is driving the All-Star Motorsports car, which is lined up to take the championship win. If they finish, well, if they cross the line at halfway in second, and the 54 Fusion Sim Racing car finishes in fourth, what happens there?
I believe that is championship sorted. If All-Star finish ahead of the 54 car at the 4-hour mark, I believe that is championship over, unless there is penalties to come. Of course, you never know what could happen. There could be post-race disqualifications and things like that, so you can never absolutely guarantee the championship win at that point. But if the positions,
this battle between Rizzo.
Yeah, I was just about to say, this battle between Bird and Rizzo stays as it is, we will see 3 points separating the 2 cars coming into the final stint of this race. So at the moment the gap is 8 points. If Bird stays ahead of Rizzo, 1 spot ahead, there'll be a 5-point swing back in the favour of the Fusion Sim Racing car.
Wow, that shows how close this championship is and how awesome it is. Tell you what, if you are interested in coming and joining it, get in touch with us. You know, certainly you can find us on Facebook. You can find the GT Leagues guys at Facebook if you are an iRacing member. Find it on the forums. Come and have a crack at this championship next year. There's going to be some really cool things, and the fact that they've got a relationship with the Neo Endurance Series is such a fantastic thing for this series. And you know, to go and race against the world's best when it comes to sim racing, they are the world's best. That is the most competitive and professional series sim racing in the world. So you know, the fact that that's on the cards is pretty cool, and I can't wait till next year.
Yep, lots of huge things happening in sim racing and the iRacing platform next year as well. Started some big news with that happening in the next couple of weeks, so make sure you do check out our Facebook page as well to keep up to date with everything going on. And you know, Fonty, you and I have been working very, very hard in the background on some secret things that will really change a big portion of how the AusNZ sim racing sphere and the AusNZ iRacing sphere will be going forward.
Yeah, you're exactly right, mate. It is going to be exciting. Keep your eyes and ears tuned in, because well, just over a week we will have something new for you guys. Something that
the first big announcement.
First big announcement, anyway. So it's pretty cool. I know that I've been putting in countless hours on the whole thing, and I'm really excited for it, mate.
I'm excited too. It's going to be a great thing for our side of the world, and a great thing for sim racing in general. What we're talking about here, and we're being as cryptic as we can on purpose, because we don't want to give away too much. But make sure you do follow our Facebook page, like our Facebook page, follow us on Twitter, keep up to date with everything going on over the next week and a half, because it's going to be a pretty awesome time going forward, and one that will really shape the evolution of sim racing in this side of the world.
Yes, well, anyway, back to the racing.
Car stopped.
Day. Oh, here we go.
Stenberg is around at the golf course. We'll see what's happening.
He's back on though, so we're not going to see a safety car from that, but
I can confirm that I will not be driving a car in the OEC or driving a car at all. Technically, I've considered myself retired from sim racing at the moment.
Oh, there we go. He's so much of a pro that you know, he's pulled the Lounsey out, and you know, it's time to retire from sim racing. And
when your kid takes your wheel, you sort of don't really get a chance.
I just don't have a wheel anymore.
Yeah,
I live on the road, so hey, that's the way it is, man. And we love sim racing, being a part of it. If you are interested in getting involved in sim racing and haven't done it, I tell you what, it is worth every bit of money spent, because if you're a motorsport fan, but you're like me, who doesn't have the funding to be able to go and live the dream of going racing, then sim racing is the next best thing. You can certainly get your fix from it.
Brady Myers into the pits. Now,
Here we go.
I'm feeling this is a little bit unscheduled. We are just past the 2-hour mark in this race. We're into our second quarter of the race. We're over a quarter of the way through, 32 laps complete on lap number 33 at the moment. Brady in, and they are using their spare car.
Yeah, there we go. So probably the right call, I feel, to use that. We also have Jordan McDonald in, so he was the one who started. We've got Gregory Olsen. I haven't seen that name before. He's taking over from McDonald. Also, Dance in the pit. So Dance has sustained some damage. I would think that they will grab themselves a new car. Maybe not.
No, it doesn't look like they have. Taylor Oakes has jumped into the car. Also, Matt Nethercote is in the pits in Sky VR46 racing entry. He will jump out. I'm going to guess Guy Leach will jump into that car. Maybe Paul Mansell will be the 3 guys in that field. I was right the first time.
Brooksy's out on track.
No way.
Oh, that is great. That is great to see. Honestly, I haven't seen Brooksy out racing for a very, very long time. He, when I first got into broadcasting, commentary, and directing, he was my main commentator, and never let me down. And stepped away from sim racing, and he put a huge amount of effort into the ANZ Motorsport team back in its prime day when the iRacing V8 Supercar series was at its peak. We're getting back there now, but when we had, Madison Down, Justin Rugia, SVG, Scotty Mack, and all of those guys racing.
McLeod, Hampstead.
Yeah, all of those names. That was the series to run, and we used to have people coming from all over the world to have a crack at it.
Used to race and was very, very competitive, but almost won 2 championships. Couldn't quite break through to win a championship. It was at one point the most prestigious title on iRacing, almost more so than the World Championships. The quality of field was so strong, and the iRating involved in those races, the strength of field in the old Monday night V8 races was the biggest out of every single series in iRacing.
Series in the world. Yeah, it was absolutely crazy, and that's when I first kind of got into iRacing. SVG introduced me to this great sport, and I can remember I would literally practice for the whole week to do one race, and the field was so hot and heavy, and it was such great racing. And tell you what, the technology that we had available to us then was very limited, and when you look back to what the quality of the broadcast was back then to now, it's amazing how far graphics and computers and how far everything has really come. So
even iRacing, how far it's coming. The evolution of iRacing, now the dynamic track, the way the tyres behave as Blake Neck comes into the pits in the Geodesic Racing Ford GTE. The whole evolution of iRacing is absolutely overwhelming when you go back and watch even videos from, say, 3 years ago. Broadcast that we did 3 years ago, but you can go back to our very, very first broadcast is available on our YouTube channel. I do recommend that you do not watch it, because I had no idea what I was doing back then, and it is completely obvious. But
you still don't, mate. But anyway, that's fine. There we go. You left yourself open, mate.
And you do owe me quite a few of those. So.
Yeah, of course. He
say that
every time.
I do admit that I still have no idea what's going on. I do admit.
Hey, look at these 2 cars battling. 2 teammates.
Cars, yep. And through goes. Now it's championship changing as well. Schwecke needs to get up the road as much as possible. Needs to finish this stint ahead of Solosky. Huge gap at the moment, though, between those 2 cars.
Do it. I think he can do it.
Probably.
I think
the thing with Schwecke, sorry, I was just going to say, the thing with Schwecke is they're on a totally different strategy. So they're at a little bit of an advantage depending on how it all plays out in the next 2 hours.
So I reckon that these 2 cars, like if I was Fusion Sim Racing, I'd be using these 2 cars to catch up to that car in front. And Schwecke, he is probably the fastest driver out of that car. So I reckon what they will do is keep him in the car as long as they can to catch up. If they make it to that 4-hour point and they are in front of that All-Star Motorsport car, that's when you get out of the car. Schwecky has a break. He will be close to his maximum time in the car.
We've already had the driver swap because we've got the two Schweckys together. So Colin Schwecky started the race.
Oh, there we go.
In, so yeah.
There we go. Too many Schweckys in here. It's like the Warrens, mate. Too many of them. need to just cut them down to one each. So either way, the Schweckys are fast.
Yep.
Colin, Timothy, and these guys are in the hunt.
They're also really good with strategy too. They've been really smart in how they've played strategy throughout this season so far. So be interesting to watch over the next little bit how they go and how it all plays out. If you are just joining us for the first time today, we still have 6 hours of racing to go. Still have lots of talking to go. But only one car out of the race from our starting position. We had 28 starters. And safety car was brought out on lap number 3 due to an incident involving the 72 car. You get a little bit of help in the secondary part of the incident from the 217 car. Not their fault. So we go to our former race leader applying pressure. Matthew Trotman back in the car for TTL Esports, and Aaron Stanley, who's just jumped into the 287 car, is under a bit of pressure right now.
Yeah, so that TTL Esports GTE car Trotman's driving, they're going to be banking on that safety car, I think. A lot of teams will be, and if that comes out, then they've kind of got a free pass to get themselves back up there. Trotman will be fast. Myers is a great driver, and we've seen some excellent things from him within the past 12 months, 18 months, obviously joining on board with TTL, and we've seen some great pace out of him in the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. So I know that he'll be absolutely kicking himself. But yeah, if he gets back in the car, he's just got to concentrate and not make mistakes and bring the car home, potentially hand it over to someone who just feels a little bit more comfortable. These Porsches are very touchy under the brakes, and I think that's where it kind of catches them out, really.
Well, especially it's such a different car to drive to the V8 Supercar. It's guys that focus a lot of their time on the V8 find themselves in a little bit more of a struggle. So we've got the leader back into the pits again. So it looks like 10 laps is the limit for the One Performance Racing car. Also into the pits now comes the number 11 laps to a stint. So that's about what we expected, 11 laps. If you can push it out to 12, you find yourself in a real advantage. But now it looks like 11 is the limit. Solowski and Delisle both in the pits. Also in Alexander Bird and Ross Rizzo. Bird jumps out. Trent Thomas into the 245 car. And Trent is a driver that we know has some really good pace as well. Very consistent in the GT3s. Now Wednesday night, Geodesic Racing Sprint Series Australasia broadcasts. Didn't have a great week this week, just gone at Okayama with some pedal failures, but he nonetheless is a very good driver as Delisle is out of the pits. Their third pit stop complete.
There we go. So it's all on looking at those times from between Wiki and Szlowski. Obviously they came into the pit, so not exactly right, but it was 7 seconds in that last lap. They come in the pit, 7 seconds difference in lap time. We will have a look when they come out of the pits as to what the exact gap will be, but Wiki potentially could be closing.
One thing I've noticed is the pit stop time for Solowski over Delisle was 4 seconds quicker. So Solowski gained 4 seconds in the pit stop there. It's got it down to 8 seconds. The gap, Schwecky comes past the pit exit, and the gap now second to third is 31 seconds. So still a fairly big gap.
Yeah, now you got to bank on a safety car.
Well, they need a safety car, and even if they can get it out to 12 laps a stint, that will help them as well, because that will then cut them down 1 pit stop less, as well as Reece Gardner is in the pits too for the Fusion 45 car. The LMP1 class is really mixed up on strategy. That safety car and then the alternate strategy from the OSR guys has meant that the field is really mixed.
Yeah, you're exactly right, mate. It's yeah, you just don't know what's going to happen, and we need to see this championship stay alive. We need Schwecky to try and get past that 17 All-Star Motorsports car. I know that he'll be absolutely trying, but Scott Kozlowski is no slouch when it comes to this stuff, and we have seen some great pace for him. Also, who has some great pace, one person who has just taken over the car from a very good driver, and that is Forza Al Nabi. He is now taken over from Ross Rizzo. He's in that Ferrari. He is hunting down the car of Trent Thomas.
Yep,
now, I reckon that we saw Rizzo in that last stint. He didn't pass that car, and he sat behind. He had every opportunity. I jumped on board with him a couple of times. He had every opportunity to get past him, but he didn't.
Again and again, just saving fuel. Saving fuel, saving as much as you can, conserving now, and then later on they'll attack. They know that they just have to finish ahead of that 245 car. I reckon they're just going to wait until the last moment to get past.
Yep, exactly, and they're just saving that fuel, and that's all you need to do. And I tell you what, Trick Sim Sports are fantastic. I would rate them in probably the best or one of the best in pit strategy, and that is really clear from what they did at Bathurst and outsmarted the whole field and came through to win the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series Bathurst 1000.
Not only that too, you look at the AOSC results that they've had. They won the first 2 endurance races in that. Think back to pretty much any race involving pit strategy. They are incredibly good. I also think back to the Spa race in the Sprint Series Australasia, where we had a safety car right at the start. They pitted under that safety car.
He's making a move though.
Yeah, good move. Basically won those guys the race. They got right up the pointy end just by getting themselves in the pits and mixing up the strategy.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and that's where it comes down to, especially in this type of racing as well. I think potentially what it is that, you know, we know how fast Forza is, we know how good Forza is, and, you know, Ross is a fantastic driver, isn't quite at that same pace as what Forza is. Forza is an absolute animal when it comes to driving any of these cars, whether it be this car or the V8 Supercar, anything. Forza's fast, and we're already seeing that gap being pulled. So potentially what I think's happened is Ross has just sat behind because he knew that he is not going to be able to pull away from that car, save that little bit of fuel. Now they've chucked Forza in the car, they're going all out and going to try and pull that gap potentially.
So we're on lap number 37 of a predicted 146 laps. So the old predictometer's been a little bit mixed up. The safety car at the start mixed up its idea and thinking around how many laps we were going to have, and massive slide there for Forza. And
super close to the grass.
Yeah, he's on the limit for sure. When the safety car came out, I thought we were going to have 120 odd laps. Then it went up to 130, 133, 140. Now saying 146. We'll see how close it is. Interesting too, we've had 7 lead changes, official lead changes. Unofficial lead changes were at 28.
Wow, that's pretty cool. It just shows what, you know, the field of drivers that is out here today, and it's great to see. You know, the last round we struggled a little bit for LMP1 numbers and GT numbers, but everyone's come back and with the fire in their belly in this round, and we're seeing great racing. One of the great little battles we got on track though is the ARM Racing car, the 240, and then the Fusion Sim Racing car of Scotty Stevens. Good to see Scotty Stevens out there on track. I haven't seen him in a little while. I know that he had a back surgery. He was the organizer of the first endurance championship that we had in the AusNZ community, and did a fantastic job. So it's great to see him out there having a crack today at driving himself and out there having some fun.
It's got a replay on screen of an incident for Griffin Gardner at the start of the lap. CPR car.
Reese, he's looped it. He's done.
Oh, no.
He looped it. So that has given that position to Carroll. He's going to go back and have a look and see what happened there. He'll be absolutely gutted.
Get a CPR replay of that one as well. We're just watching the GTE leader having a slide, and then, whoa, the car just snapped right. And I'll tell you what, that was lucky that happened there where there is some runoff, because if that happened in any other point of the track, that would have been wall for Griffin Gardner in the Geodesic racing car from the race lead. That would have been heart in mouth stuff. We go now to the incident for Reece Gardner, and we'll try and pick it up. Can you
He's just
help me out
lost it
with
all
where it
by
was?
himself. Yeah. Not the exact corner. After big long straight, probably about 1 minute ago. Big long straight and then into a right and then a left. He looped it all by himself either way. I'll pull up the track map here actually.
Right, there we go.
There we go, he's got it. So just looped it by himself. He'll be absolutely gutted there. It's just gone around under brakes, which yeah, he'll be gutted. So he's lost a position to Carroll, and there is a bit of a gap between Carroll and Gardner. So Carroll actually doing a pretty good job out there. He's closed the gap to Schwecki. Now I'm not sure if anything's happened to Schwecki, but he has lost
Schwecki's
a
back in
bit
the
of
pits.
ground. Okay.
Oh no, Schwecki's... No, this is his actual scheduled stop, sorry. I got a little
There
bit
we
excited
go.
there for a second, but yeah, you're right, he did lose a bit of ground because it got out to 39 seconds, a gap between Solowski and Schwecki, so he's lost about 7 or 8 seconds on this lap.
Yeah, and Szlowski is catching slightly on that one performance car, I think. 100%.
Yeah, 7.9
sure.
seconds. Last lap he wasn't quicker, but overall the gap has closed from when we last had a proper look at it, so...
Closest battle though that we do have on track is this battle. Scotty Stevens, Justin Alderton, 1 second separating these two guys.
Alderton's done a great job recently. He's really been a driver moving forward, and each race we've seen in this series, the arm racing guys just seem to punch above their weight. They're third in the championship in GTE, and I don't think anyone would have expected that at the start.
No, exactly, and that's exactly it. They haven't won races. They haven't been right at the top, but they've just been consistent. And one driver who is super consistent, stepping away from the arm racing guys, is Ross Rizzo. He is just consistently there. We see in the sprint championship that he's right up in the hunt. He doesn't win races, but he gets in that, 5th, 4th, 3rd position, and he's won a championship for that. And that's exactly what we're seeing for these arm racing guys. They just clean and consistent, finish the race, finish in a reasonable position, don't blow the car up, and they're sitting in 3rd. What more can you ask?
Well, in the sprint series, seen again, Rizzo's in contention, but he
had a bit of an issue.
Hasn't won too
on
many races, but
Wednesday.
Wednesday night there, that's absolutely thrown that championship up in the air with 2 rounds to go. So we head to Phillip Island in 2 weeks' time, and then the finale at Bathurst. It's going to be a really interesting end of the championship, so make sure you do tune in for that one on the iRacing Esports Network in 2 weeks' time. Of course, make sure you do subscribe to the iRacing Esports Network to keep up to date with all of the different racing. Heaps more stuff getting added all the time. There's now expanded to 4 broadcast channels on there at the moment. GSRC were broadcasting on there earlier today, as well as Racespot TV, so...
There you go, you got a section
cool
from everywhere in the world
Yep.
that broadcasts, and we were certainly very excited to be a part of that. And we always like to represent the iRacing brand well, and are 100% supporters behind them, along with the likes of Racespot, LSR TV, and GSR TV as well. So yeah, do subscribe, and there's going to be lots of cool things happening for that in the new year as well. So keep an eye out on that channel.
So the LMP1 class cars have all been in the pits to make their next pit stop. The longest stint at the moment in that class is Dylan Carroll. He's currently on his 8th lap, or 9th lap I should say. He's completed 8, so he'll probably be in the pits in another 2 laps or so. Now we might see Simon Black or Shane Van Gisbergen jump into that car.
He's done a pretty good job, I must say, Dylan Carroll. He started off a little bit slow, but he's been consistent, and hey, they're running in P3 at the moment. If the safety car comes out, they're right back into contention. I think that Simon has he will drive it consistent. He won't put it in the wall.
And he may not have the pace, but he will be consistent. Every lap will be almost identical in its pace.
Yes, exactly. And then hand the car over to Shane on potentially those last 2 stints, and they're in within a shot we saw Shane didn't quite have the speed of what those front two cars did of Benefield and Dame Warren earlier on, but you know, those guys run this car all the time. They know what works exactly and what doesn't and how to set it up. Shane obviously is no slouch when it comes to understanding a car and how it works, but when you're sort of in these competitive cars all the time, just that little bit more seat time and understanding of setup and what exactly works can certainly help. So potentially as the grip goes down and later on in the race, we may see that Oceanic sim racing car catch back up.
Just noticing too, is there a little bit of damage to the front left-hand side of the number 17 All-Star Motorsports LMP1? Not sure if that's just my eyes deceiving me a little bit, or whether there actually is damage there. Could just be the way that the livery's painted, I think.
I think it's okay. On my view.
We're right too, yeah. I think it's just
no, they're
a little
straight.
bit deceptive on the way the livery looks.
Yeah. No, they're 100% okay. So they've kept it out of the wall so far, which is exactly what you want to do. I have no doubt in my mind that these guys have a game plan for this race, and All-Star Motorsports, fantastic team, and yeah, certainly have come up a long way from when they first began a few years back.
Yep, definitely have. Started in 2015, and some pretty good names have come through that field and through that squad as well, and they're always picking up good quality drivers and a nice bunch of guys and girls over there as well, so always don't take themselves too serious as well, which is always a good thing as well. On screen though, the geodesic racing car gap between Griffin Gardner and Forzan El Nabi is 9.7 seconds and closing, so Forzan is on a charge. See how much that gap can close down to. Now the predictometer is saying 145 laps of racing, so it's getting a bit confused. It's just cut a lap off the race distance.
There we go, mine's saying 146, so we'll be around about that amount, I would think. That obviously all depends on if we have another safety car roll out onto the grid, but yes, certainly Forzan El Nabi, he's on a charge. He wants to get it done. Last lap time around for the geodesic racing car was a 349.8 and Forzan was a 350, so absolutely nothing in it, but I think overall Forzan has the speed.
Yeah, I think once Forzan gets a little bit more confident in the car, I mean, he's just jumped in 3 laps ago, he'll find a bit of speed as it goes along. Of course, this is a different car to what he normally drives. Normally see him in an old V8 supercar or maybe a Mercedes GT3, but the Ferrari GTE is a totally different beast to any of those cars, and one that Forzan showed some incredible pace on. I remember going back again to the round 1 at Road America. The pace he had in that final stint was incredible. We'll keep an eye on that gap as it progresses throughout the race. At the moment, there's no incredibly close battles out on track. But we want to do a bit of a shout out to the Protec Sim Sports guys who've jumped in the 55 car. Chris and on out on track in that car at the moment. Great to see another up-and-coming team out on track as well. So names that we're not as familiar with. We've seen Chris out on track a few times, but great to see him out there in the LMP1. And as we grow this championship on through 2019 and further, it'd be great to see more teams get involved, especially in our LMP1 class. I must say too, Fonty, one thing that's always been surprising since we've brought in the GT and the GT3s into iRacing. I think back in the day, whenever we had a special event or it's an endurance event, we had always the faster class of car was the most popular. That's not the case anymore. A lot of people preferring to drive the secondary class, being GT or GT3.
Yeah, well, it's just a little bit more, kind of a little bit more of an even playing field. You know, you can put, you know, a broad range of drivers in who are fast, and you know, work together. Whereas in the LMP1 stuff, I feel that you have to put a lot of laps in and understand the car a lot more, and you've got less room to kind of make a mistake. Yeah, whenever I've done this endurance stuff, I've always done it in the GT3 cars, and I certainly enjoyed that. But yeah, it's a whole different ballgame when you jump into an LMP1.
I remember the first season of the Australian Endurance Championship as well was pretty even split between the HPD and the GTs, so it was always good fun. I remember back, I actually finished on the podium in one of the races then, as Chris gives us a little light flash. Knowing this on TV. Mate. Yeah, myself and Mitch McLeod, we finished on the podium together. It was a amazing result. I can't believe I actually got a podium in something that's quite competitive. It doesn't happen normally, especially on a road race.
There we go. You must have kept it out of trouble, which is the name of the game.
I kept it clean for a change.
Well, that would be the only time. That's why he doesn't race anymore, ladies and gentlemen, because he can't keep it on the
Crash
back.
Bandicoot. Good old Crash Bandicoot.
Watch it. Yeah. That's exactly right.
We've got
driver commentating, mate.
I'm not even good at that either. Driver swap in the 216. Dylan Shepherd back into the car. I'll admit it, I don't mind.
There we go. Dylan Shepherd, he's back in the car. Our round 1 VSR Showdown winner. Yeah, he's a good driver. I tell you what, he's a great driver, and to have him part of the series and part of our racing is pretty cool.
Dylan Carroll is also just coming in the pits. We're going to get a CPR replay on screen of something that's happened to Scott Stevens. He was ahead. You can see Justin Alderton in the background, but Alderton is now through and ahead. 97 car, also a driver swap, as Simon Black has jumped into that car, and Stevens just all sorts of crossed up at the second chicane and did a good job to not put it in the wall and get out of the brakes, save the tyres, not cause any damage to the car. Lost about 5 seconds, but 5 seconds is better than putting it into the fence.
That's exactly right. So Simon Black is now in the car in that Oceanic Sim Racing wagon. I think it's probably been quite a while since he's driven in an endurance championship. Certainly first time seeing him in this series. I don't think we saw him last season. Haven't seen him this one. So he, as we touched on earlier, they're doing an amazing job over there at Oceanic Sim Racing. Simon's been around the scene forever, absolutely lives and breathes it, and it's great to see him out here having a run today for a bit of fun.
Very, very long pit stop for these guys as well, though, so that's not a good thing to see. They're still stopped now, and they're up to nearly 2 minutes.
Wow, what's happened here? Here we go.
Away they go. 2 minutes stop. So I'm guessing maybe getting a little bit of damage fixed or something like that.
Oh, maybe from that damage that was incurred with Shane when they came together with one of the slower cars.
Yeah, with the Fusion car earlier. Griffin Gardner around again. Our race leader in GTE has just gone around, and now he's under pressure from Forzan Elnave. Forzan through.
There we go. So the pressure, the Perastra of Forzan and the Trick Sim Sports is phenomenal. We've got the legend himself, Clayton Brooks, in the background there. Brooksy still in the car.
Good stuff, Brooksy. Keep pushing on, bro.
Is he still in the car?
I tell you what, Griffin Gardner was lucky to not put that in the fence.
Yeah, you're certainly right, mate. Certainly right there.
In an onboard replay here with Griffin Gardner, you can see the heart attack moment is just... It's a strange one again, but so close to hitting that wall. He's done a great job to avoid contact with the wall. As we come back live, Trent Thomas got Matthew Trotman right on his tail. So Thomas has sort of come back a little bit in regards to pace, and Trotman we know has been really quick. Trotman out there with a fresh car again. Two and a half hours in already.
Yeah, there we go. So
it's going really quick.
Yeah, it's a long race. I know that me and Jay were struggling to comprehend the 8 hours, banging it out, but it is coming and going very quickly. What a great race we've had so far. The fact that we've got so many people out there racing today is amazing, really. And like I said before, come and have a crack in the series next year. Keep an eye out. Will be an announcement registration going up very soon for that, and yeah, come out, get some mates together and have a bit of fun.
Yep, and we can also recommend to jump on the website for GT Leagues Australia. We're just going to come back live. We were on a replay, but we've got a car in the fence. This could be a safety car. Frank Rosenbauer in the 441 is in the fence at Indianapolis, gone straight ahead.
Wow. Okay, this needs to be a safety car, I feel, because he's not going anywhere. He is stuck.
What has happened to Rosenbauer here? Looks like he's done this one all on his own, and possibly what we were talking about earlier, whether there's been an issue. And oh yeah, he's got some sort of tech failure there.
Oh, I've got another car around behind them actually. It's an LMP1 car. I don't know what's happened there. Are we going to see a safety car though, is the question.
Rosenbauer still stopped, pushed up against the fence.
So not too sure.
It's a strange incident.
That is, yeah.
Too, the car that you said was around, I think that was our leader. Because Delisle's slow. He's just been passed by Solosky. We'll get a replay of that in a second as we just watch another replay. See what's happened to Rosenbauer. But
yeah, Rosenbauer's still
just gone
there.
through. Now he's in the pits, so have we had a safety car called?
There we go.
Solosky
Safety car is called. It is called. There we go. So this is going to throw it up yet again. This is the race is back alive. Now we are going to see. This is going to work in the favour of a lot of teams, really. Swecky will be thanking everybody for that. I tell you what, he's given an opportunity now to certainly get the job done. I don't know if he's got the outright pace to get past Zlowski, but time will tell on that one.
Just going to go back and see if we can find out if it was Delisle that had that spin while we are now under this caution, because he's just jumped into the pits. Unscheduled stop for him, so I'm thinking there's some sort of issue for that car.
I'm going to have a look and see what's happened there for him. I heard a car in the background when I was focused on that, on Rosenbauer's car. He didn't loop it, but he certainly ran wide. Yes, so he did loop it. But, oh, and he's touched the wall too.
Okay, so Benefield has jumped back into the car.
There we go. So, yeah, you can see it crabbing in a straight line badly. Very badly. So, they're going to have to grab themselves a new car from this one. Tell you what, that's really throwing it up now.
It's pretty heartbreaking too for Delisle too, because he was doing a good job his first outing in the Oceanic Endurance Championship.
There we go. So safety car is out on the track. That is.
Oh wow! Just got the replay finally of that incident. That was a very heavy hit with the wall too, and as you can see, car not looking overly healthy. There's a fair bit of damage to that car and crabbing quite bad, and that is why we saw the car of Solosky get through. Got a few cars in the pits by the looks of things. Actually, we've got a car around. It's a 295 car. Is in the wall on the back straight.
Oh, and we've got an LMP1 car next to it.
Corey Ott.
Oh.
Or is that Benefield? Are these guys not checked up for the safety car?
Oh my God, that is Benefield. Benefield has stacked it.
Oh, he's just driven through. Car. Wow, Benefield.
No way. That's race done.
That's
for them. They've grabbed themselves a new car. He's come out of the pit lane and he's stacked it. And they have not slowed up in time. Oh, Benefield, he was caught sleeping.
Wow. This is huge.
I tell you what, he will be kicking himself. That is not what they wanted. This now has opened this battle up, Jay. OMG, I tell you what, this is crazy stuff, because the Fusion Sim Racing 54 car has that 17 car right in front of them, and
I don't think Benefield was even looking.
no,
If you look at the
no,
onboard,
he wasn't.
You see the cars coming up, he just drove
Yeah.
straight into the back. He mustn't have been looking at all.
He was not looking in the slightest, and he has not paid attention there. Tell you what, there's some not happy people. Jordan McDonald expressing over the in-game chat that he is not happy, and
They're teammates too in this race.
yeah, wow, that is actually, so they hit. Benefield drove into the back of one of his teammates' cars.
Yep.
Oh, wow, that's not a good chat to want to have after the race. I tell you what, Benefield will be walking away with his tail between his legs after that incident, because he was caught sleeping. He's driven right up the back of them. Race done for that car.
Well, while we're under this safety car period, we will take a very, very quick break. We'll stay side by side so you can keep up to date and know when we're getting close to going green. This is Vets and Line's coverage of the Oceanic Endurance Championship, supported by West End Mazda. The final round of the championship is coming down to the wire. We'll be back in a moment.
Hi there, I'm Richard Jobling, Senior Software Engineer here at iRacing. I'd like to show you some of the work that we've been doing to improve the collision and the damage in our sim. One of the major changes we've made is how our collision systems work. The old system stored the track as parametric surfaces, and the cars were made of collections of spheres. As the cars moved around the track, we would recompute planes using the track surfaces, and then test those against the spheres. This worked well for spheres, but was too specialized to adapt to our shapes. So for the new system, we've built new high-resolution meshes for each track. This is more efficient and gives us a lot more flexibility for the car shapes. The new mesh incorporates all the track features our guys work so hard to replicate. Things like curb geometry and changes in the surface material are all baked into the mesh. We've also taken our laser scan data and applied that to the mesh. And since the mesh is so high resolution, we capture all the detail that's necessary so that the tracks are just like the real thing. With our new mesh, we can now represent cars using smooth, convex hulls, which grouped together form the chassis, the bodywork, and all the other parts of the car. The new shapes are a much closer fit to the shape of the real car. During impacts, the shapes can deform according to the damage, and eventually they can break off as separate objects. All the parts, like wings, hoods, and wheels, can also hang from their joints, flapping and vibrating until they eventually snap off. All these changes are going to add a whole new level of realism to our races. If you want to find out more, please visit iracing.com and check out my blog post for lots more details.
Hi, my name is Greg Hill. I'm the Vice President of Art and Production here at iRacing. This damage project that we've been discussing is certainly a project that involved all hands on deck to pull off. We've got a rather sizable number of cars in our portfolio, and not all of these cars have been built with this dynamic damage system in mind. So what we had to do is one by one go through our race cars, and we had a team of 3 artists, a highly technical modeler, our technical art director, and our associate art director. All took on each car one at a time, and the work involved was researching that car, researching what would happen to that car if it were in a crash, depending on the forces involved in the crash, how severely it would be damaged, what parts might come off, what those pieces might look like when they're removed, what it would look like where the car is has areas exposed that were previously covered by bodywork. So they had to do a lot of modeling to each race car, and they had to do a lot of work to essentially set up how the car would react to forces. So essentially setting the strength of the materials. What kind of force would it take to rip off the side pod, for example? Or under what circumstances would this nose cone get ripped off of a car, or under which would it remain but just be badly damaged. But all said, it's been a lot of work, but seeing the car models interact with the physics system and the new crash dynamics is really exciting and really cool to see, and definitely makes all that hard work worth it.
Hi, my name is Jose Diaz. I'm a visual effects artist at iRacing. I specialize in particle effects ranging from fireworks to water fountains, debris, crash, impacts, all in the service of improving the driving experience. So you have the main sort of new damage model that Richard's been working on. So that takes into consideration all the mounts and the chassis from the cars and which materials they are. And he's making all the calculations that tell you, like, okay, it got hit from this one side and the strength of that impact is this certain amount of values. If you hit something, that means that this mount gets off, something breaks. This gets added on top of that to sort of complement what is happening there with things that you would see in real life when a car crashes. So typically in a car crash, you will see all these little particles of dust, metal, scratches, that will take all that force and momentum and kind of explode in a way. And it's all being driven by how fast the car was coming, how hard the impact was against what. That will give you that sense of like, man, that person really crashed hard, or oh, it was just a small bump.
Hi, my name is Chris Lurch. I'm one of the vehicle dynamicists here at iRacing. Our role in the collision project is to tune the collision properties of each and every car to ensure that they behave and wrecks as a real car would. And we've spent quite a bit of time going through literature from the automotive industry on the subject to make sure that we have panels that deform the way they're supposed to, both temporarily and permanently, that pieces that don't deform but rather just break at appropriate times in appropriate ways. The cars are absorbing energy the way they should and aren't sort of bouncing off the walls in crazy ways. The major properties that we look at are stiffnesses, which is how much a piece of the car deforms when a load is applied to it. And then we look at a couple of limits. One is the force limit beyond which the piece deforms permanently. And then the second limit that we look at is the brake limit, the force limit beyond which the piece will simply break. And then we also will look at damping, which is how much the piece absorbs energy versus how much it takes like a spring and can absorb as potential energy and then rebound back out like a basketball would.
The most realistic online racing sim ever made. This is iRacing. Detailed laser scan tracks, fully dynamic real world cars, and over 50 series to choose from. 6 online world championships offering over $100,000 in annual prizes. This is the original esport racing game. This is iRacing.
outside wall.
He's going to pass nearly 3 cars down that front straightaway, and he's going to get them all done with. What amazing.
Lead to the inside goes Logan Cloudman is going to touch in. Pit grass sideways. What a save.
Look to the outside and Trunkett goes off. De Jong into second place.
Going for the switchback. Oh, pinpoint driving.
It's howling down to the inside.
He's trying this contact though.
Wide left of the racetrack. Chris Renner drives it back down underneath, and he takes that second spot right back. Joker goes to Garrett Lowe.
Garrett Lowe should take victory with all that contact. He's going to try and make the move around the outside the parabolica. That's not going to work, but he's going to try and get the cut back here. Get the run out the parabolica. That's beautifully done there. Michael Schubert, there's a little bit of door banging as well.
Safety car is out for the second time in this race, round 6 of the Oceanic Endurance Championship, supported by West End Mazda. We're getting ready to get back underway. Green flag racing in just a few moments. My name is Jay Kennedy. Scott Fountain in the booth alongside me. Fonty, it's been an interesting little period of this race. Safety car coming out due to a couple of incidents. Now the pit lane open.
There we go. Look at them all rolling in, and this is going to be really interesting because we are at the point now where we are nearly 3 hours through this race. This is an 8-hour long race. At 4-hour distance, the halfway point, you do get points. So basically, as it finishes right now, if All-Star Motorsports 17 finishes in front of the Fusion Sim Racing 54 car, they take the championship. If it's reversed, it is still on until the end of the race. This is the longest race in the championship. This is the last round, and this is going to be very exciting. We've got some new names rolling in, some old names that haven't been around for a while turn up to race today, and the field is huge. They made a decision. They weren't sure about running safety cars, but they've decided to run a manual safety car today, which is the best option that they can do. And I tell you what, this race has just gone off again. I can't wait to see what unfolds in front of us in the next hour. In the next hour, we're going to know the championship for the LMP1 class, which is pretty exciting.
But of course,
how is that too?
The GTE championship now, though, as it is right now, it's going to come right down to the wire, because staying out Trent Thomas in the Fusion 245 car, they're going to have to come in, make another stop before that 4-hour mark, but also needing to make another stop is a Trick Sim Sports car. They've just come into the pits. Fozzie and Anabi just out now. I also just noticed too that the All-Star Motorsports car did make a stop then too, and Dane Warren has jumped back into that car. So a few driver swaps and pit stops happen. Craig Edwards also driving in the 54 car. Thought he was in the 45 car, but I was mistaken. He's in the 54, and Matthew Barron has jumped into the 45 car from Reese Gardner. So a few driver swaps just happened then under safety car. Good time to do it, because you do not lose as much time as you normally would. But
So,
yeah, Trent
one
Thomas
thing-
didn't pit. That's surprising for me that those guys didn't come in.
So, that is interesting. Now, Simon Black in the Oceanic Sim Racing 97 car. He's teamed up with Shaman Gisberg and Dylan Carroll for this event. They are currently leading the race. They went on an alternate strategy and pitted earlier than the rest of their competition out there. They didn't quite have the pace in the first opening stint of the race where the 3 best drivers were in the car, but potentially they were driving to a number or something like that. They've done 4 laps out there since they last pitted. So the car behind them is now on, they've done 1 lap from what I'm seeing here. But the cars behind them, Dane Warren, Craig Edwards, they're all fresh out of the box. So tell you what, this is really going to be interesting. Good call on behalf of All Star Motorsport 17 though to put Dane Warren back in the car. He's super fast, as we know all the time. Hopefully Craig Edwards has the goods to hang with him there on the start. He just needs to hang with him. We've seen all of the stints previously that if 2 LMP1 cars are together, it's really hard to separate them. So I want to see that fight go right to the end of this event.
Yeah, I do too. I think it should be good fun if we do see it come right down to the wire. 54 is the only car that can pip 17 from this championship win, but it's mathematically possible, but it's highly improbable the way that the race is playing out at the moment. Just had a couple of cars get waved by the safety car, so that they now are back of the field.
They got a bit of a trip to get around to catch up though.
Sure do. There's James Simpson in the OSR car and Jordan McDonald in the One Performance Racing GTE. So Black leads the field now as they complete half of this lap. Look at the green flag this time by. Big thanks to all the supporters behind the scenes of this series as well. We need to thank West End Mazda for their continued support of this championship. Without the support of great sponsors like West End Mazda, events like this wouldn't be able to be competed at the level that it is and have the broadcast to go along with it. So big thanks to Jamie and West End Mazda for his support of this series. It's been great to have West End Mazda on supporting this championship and many, many others. And also big thanks to the guys at GT Leagues Australia who work tirelessly in trying to provide some good fun racing for everyone to enjoy.
You're exactly right. Yes, can't thank Jamie McKnight from West End Mazda enough. He is right behind this sim racing stuff, and an avid racer himself, has had some pretty good results lately. Drives for Evolution Racing Team, but yeah, his business is right behind it, and you know they're massive supporters of us and these guys and many other series. So we can't thank Jamie enough, and yeah, certainly the GT guys. They don't muck around. They do an excellent job. Probably one of the best jobs out of any series organisers in the world. I feel very professional on how they present their series and how they run it, how they admin it, everything about them. So yeah, I tell you what, the next championship for this series is going to be awesome. Also, the Wednesday night stuff we do between the Porsche and the GT stuff, they alternate every Wednesday, which is a really cool series, and we've seen some great battles throughout this season, haven't we, Jay?
Yeah, it's been an awesome series so far, both the Porsche Super Cup and the Sprint Series. Been talking to the organisers about stuff for the GT3 Series next year. Going to be some cool stuff with that next year. It's really going to be some exciting times coming ahead for fans of GT racing in Australia and New Zealand. So make sure you stay tuned for that. But some cool things in the works for 2019 already. As we get ready to move on to the next evolution of racing here in AusNZ.
Actually, talking about evolution, Jay, is one person I need to give a shout out to is that is Tim Ryan, who drives for Altus Esports. Now, Tim is only focuses, I believe, on the dirt side of stuff. But Tim has just won the premier sprint car series in sim racing in the world. It's the biggest series, and you know he comes from our end of the world, one of only a few that run in that series, and he has taken that championship, which is very, very cool for them, you know, certainly being the first sort of season of that championship as an official World Series. And congratulations to Tim and to Simon Feigl from Altus Esports and the whole Altus Esports team. Those guys do a tremendous job and present themselves very, very well. They're on the way up, so keep an eye out for those guys.
Yep, 100%. Big congratulations to Tim on his great result and first world champion on iRacing to come from the Australia New Zealand region. To do it in the dirt stuff, which is primarily
and with
seen
one round to go.
With 1 round to go, no drop rounds available in the last round, so he knew as well he had to do it with a race to spare. Can't race in the final round and still managed to pick up the championship win. So well done, Tim. Not official yet from iRacing to confirm him as the champion, but it is mathematically impossible for anyone to pip him. So the iRacing GLA race control pace car pulls away. I was about to say the iRacing roof pace car, but it's not.
There we go.
Manual ones. Caught me
No,
off guard.
manual ones. I like the manual ones.
That's
They're good. It works a lot better. It gives you a little bit more flexibility and that sort of stuff. So I think moving forward it should be done more often in this series anyway. But we are going to kick off underway. Look at all these LMP1 cars rolling around to that front straight, and they are going to be off.
In the start zone now, so controlling the field. Away goes Simon Black. Away goes Trent Thomas. We are back underway racing once again. And have a look at this between
Black.
It was, and Ethan Warren, Dane Warren and
Dane Warren.
Craig Edwards. Edwards sticking with him here, and as they work their way through this field, so it's going to be really difficult for Edwards. He'll try and take advantage of Warren coming past the car at the wrong spot, but you don't want to do it too early or too ambitiously, because it could end in tears for both of you. Top 4 cars in our LMP1 class have broken away from the rest.
Yeah, so this is intense. I tell you what, Warren's fast, man. It's going to be hard for Craig to hang on the back. He needs to hope that those cars up in front of him potentially slow up Warren, or he can just jump in front. Looks like he is pulling him in, though. He's going to use that boost.
Yeah, Tim Delisle's also taking the lead.
Oh, here we go. This is going to be intense. 4 cars here. There's 2.
Oh, Black! Oh! Whoa! Hold on, Simon. Great job from Warren and Edwards to not make contact there. Simon Black, though, dropping back through the field. Going to go back in the field a little bit, because have a look at Forzan El Nabi, stuck behind Aaron Stanley, who did not pit. So Forzan will be getting a little bit frustrated here.
Yeah, you're exactly right. This is what happens in a restart situation. Is the field is a very risky time to
Edwards
be trying to drive through. There we go. There we go. So Edwards has done the job.
The championship is still alive.
I don't think that he's going to be able to stay in front, though. It needs to. These guys need to battle it.
Contact between El Nabi and Corey Ott in the Swift racing car.
Wow. There we
Could
go.
this change the championship?
Warren, though, he's back in front now, but he's going to go. Oh, how's that from Edwards? Tell you what, that is phenomenal. Great drive on the outside there. Got on the brakes late, but Edwards is using the using that battery boost very aggressively, and he's probably going to give this position up, I think.
We're going to replay again of that incident with Forzan El Nabi in the Swift racing car of Corey Ott in just a moment. We'll stay with this battle for this present stage as we've got cars around. Oh, big crash on the back straight.
Yes, Scotty Stevens is involved in that. This is going to be potentially another safety car. No.
Looks like everyone's getting away.
Yeah.
Let's get some replays and work out exactly what's happened. Edwards is now back behind Dane Warren. We'll go firstly to the incident involving Corey Ott and Forzan El Nabi. Now, I think this was just a matter of Ott checking up for the GTEs alongside him, and did not necessarily. Forzan El Nabi did not necessarily see that Ott was on the brakes as early as he was.
There we go. Hey, Warren is already pulling a gap. He's already getting it. It looks like that those front tyres on that Fusion Sim Racing car are struggling with grip. It's just got a bit of push on the high-speed turns as we've got a car in the pit lane. Is that Tim? That is Tim. He's in the lane. So Interesting choice there. Why have they done this now?
I think that may be a penalty. I think that may be
yes,
a
it
penalty.
was. Yep. Yes, correct, it was. I don't know what that was for.
That'll be for the incident under safety car.
Okay. Okay, so there we go. But, hey, so Edwards is back through on Warren.
Okay, so Craig Edwards now leads the race. We'll just get another replay. Pick up what happened back at the circuit. Welter was one of the cars that ended up facing the away. So there's contact between the 287 car. What other car was that involved?
We go now, under 5 hours left to go. Cars side by side down the back straight for the race lead. Now what this needs to happen is for the Fusion Sim Racing car, they want to try and pull their teammate into this battle, I feel, and try and kind of separate themselves up, really. Give that advantage to Edwards and Barron, potentially try and hold up Dane Warren. Be a hard task though, as Dane is super fast.
Yes, Dane looking really, really strong at the moment. But if these guys, Edwards and Warren, can stick behind, then they might be in a good spot, because we know that these guys are pretty good with fuel as well, and they've already tried to mix up the strategy as Warren has a little bit of an internet glitch. Going to go back in the field, because have a look at this, Taylor Oates and Forzan Al Nabi side by side into the first chicane. Al Nabi through.
Oh.
And guess what? Our second place in the championship in the lead. Leader of the championship in second.
There we go. So that's yeah, that's intense. I'm just seeing that Tim was black flagged again. So I'm not too sure. He's been black flagged once, but
they got a minute stop and hold, and now they've been black flagged again. So we'll try and get some confirmation from race control in a moment about what has happened in regards to the incidents. And just seen too, Taylor Oates back through on Forzan Al Nabi.
Yep, and look at that gap out the front. He has opened it up. Dane Warren is on a charge. He wants to secure that championship up and get on with it. Forzan Al Nabi. This battle is great, and that's what I love about this GTE stuff, is you can just never separate them up. You've got some great drivers out there all having a crack, and it's really anyone's race until that last moment when the pit stops are done.
Yep, that last pit stop is where it's going to be won or lost in this race. There's a lot of discussion going on around the car of the One Performance Racing LMP1 car. Also just noticed too, the FT1 Motorsport Pi car is in the pits too. That was the car involved in that incident. We saw that was the car that got absolutely pushed around. There was contact between that car and the Geodesic Racing car as well. So that was where the contact was. I don't know if there'll be anything that will need to be re-evaluated from race control. It looked like it was a bit of a racing incident, but it just, the situation with it being at the restart,
yeah,
just
makes it a bit difficult,
hard,
doesn't it?
Yeah.
Simon Black under a little bit of pressure from the ProTech Sim Sports guys. Simon slightly off the pace. We saw him lose it on that last lap. It was unfortunate for them.
Jump on board the ProTech Sim Sports car as Black has a little bit of technical glitch. But, continuing on, and Black's just going to let him through. So smart driving there from Simon Black. We're going to go back to this battle between Trick and Kiwi Sim Sports. Taylor Oates doing a great job holding off Forzan Al Nabi. And I'll tell you what, Trent Thomas will be loving this.
Yes.
While this is happening, he's being able to break away.
Yeah, exactly. There's 3.7 seconds separating Taylor Oates and Trent Thomas, which is exactly what he wants. But we aren't even halfway through the race yet, Jay. So anything can happen. Lap count is telling me 142 laps left in this race. And I tell you what, Brady Myers, they could still be in the hunt. Now remember, we saw him touch the wall. That car was very ugly towards the end of the stint. He's now back in the car. The car is fresh. The car is clean. He wants to keep it out of trouble. These guys put it on put it on P1 for the start of the race. They are now in P number 5. So they are still definitely within a shot of winning this race. Another Ethan Warren. Good to see him back out there on track. Hopefully he doesn't have the technical dramas that he did.
Something to do with pedals possibly that he's having, so he possibly has fixed that. Tim Delisle back in the pits, as we said, he received a second black flag. It's a weird gear shift there from Ethan Warren as well, so possibly not quite sorted with those issues. But here comes Forzen El Nabi, looking to get a move done on Taylor Oates. Griffin Gardner and Brady Myers have caught these guys as well.
Yeah, there we go. So this is a great battle. We've got here 4 cars having a red hot go at it.
Now I'm just thinking off the top of my head here that 2 black flags that we saw for the One Performance Racing 43 car. One will be for pitting under a closed pits to get that damage fixed.
Yeah, yes.
And 2 will be for the contact under the safety car. That's why there'll be 2 black flags. That's my thinking. I'm not 100% sure. That is my thinking around what's going on.
I reckon you're probably right there, Joe, to be honest. Yeah, that's unfortunate for those
car
guys.
in the fence. Car stuck in the fence. 288 is in the fence. Literally stuck in the fence.
Hey, we may see another safety car from this.
I think we will.
Yep, there we go. So this race has thrown it up all over the place now, and we're going to see another safety car, the third, and we're not even halfway through.
That's a similar incident that we saw with the 43 car and how they ended up in the fence earlier on. So wait and see if the safety car has been called or when it does get called.
Yes, it has. Yep, it's been called. Safety car is out on track.
Right, so field neutralised again.
Wow, this is really interesting. I tell you what, if you stay out of trouble in this endurance stuff, you're gonna do all right, because you know you get it an opportunity, catch right back up again when a safety car comes out onto the track.
I'll tell you what's going to make it really interesting is Trent Thomas didn't pit under that last safety car. Forzen did.
I'm here.
They need to pit one more time to make sure they got enough fuel to get it home at that 4-hour mark. It sort of hurt Trent Thomas a little.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for those guys. The car's out on track now. Isaac Edwards driving in that car. Good to see Isaac out there. He does a lot for the sim community, and he's right into doing stuff, helps these guys out all the time. So good on Isaac for jumping in and being part of race control for this event, and he will lead these cars under safety.
Well, we're back under safety car. We might take our final break for this
Yeah.
hour and refresh ourselves, grab a drink, get ourselves strapped in for the finale of this race. It's going to be an awesome, awesome fight to the end. Both championships still up for grabs, LMP1 and GTE. We'll be back in a few moments. We get ready for the finish of this race.
I'm Dave Kemmer. I'm the CEO and CTO at iRacing. We started this back in 2004, so we're actually older than 10 years old, but we first opened up the site to the public in 2008. It actually got started about 30 years ago when we did our first game at Papyrus, which was Indy 500. And that actually was just about 30 years ago, a little less. I was working on it 30 years ago. And that just, led to IndyCar racing, NASCAR racing. We eventually did Grand Prix Legends, and then we took that Grand Prix Legends engine and put it on NASCAR 4, NASCAR 2002, 2003. And at that point, EA got an exclusive license with NASCAR, and the company that owned us at that point, which was Vivendi Universal, decided to shut the studio down because they couldn't figure out another way to make money with the tech that we had. It was just about that time that I got connected with John Henry, because he had just bought the Red Sox and come to town, and it turns out that he was a big fan of the NASCAR 2003 season. And so he came to the office just to visit one day, and we got connected. And we were talking about the fact that this was going to be shut down, and what could we do with it. Certainly it didn't seem like Vivendi had an interest in using the code base, so he kind of helped us buy that code base back from them and set up iRacing, which we did in 2004. He got involved because he thought that the simulator was very cool. He just had a great time with it. In fact, he built up a league of his friends at home that, you know, and they apparently raced so much that several of them started to suffer burnout. But no, I mean, he definitely is a dedicated sim racer.
He's typing! He's typing! He's got it! He's got it! It's a new line of code! I'll get my code.
There were a few things that we wanted to try to do when we were starting up iRacing that would be different than what we had done before. One was to make a web-based service for multiplayer. It just seemed like a natural way to be able to market and reach people directly rather than through a store or selling a box. John was very interested in building a sport, something that actually where there were rules and a sanctioning organization where it would really feel like what you're doing in the sim was meaningful. We kind of wanted to start from scratch. I mean, using the technology that we had from Grand Prix Legends, but we started just pulling pieces of that and we built the code base up essentially from the ground up. I think John put it as it's sort of like in the old days of Papyrus, we were selling bats and balls and gloves, and he said, hey, let's create the playground and the ball field and make the umps and turn this into something. And it's interesting because really when we started in 2008, we didn't have very much content, but it was exciting right off the bat for that very reason, that we had these rules. People could understand, hey, this is what's at stake. And at this point, 10 years in, I feel like we've really succeeded on that front. I think we've executed on that vision just as well as I could have possibly hoped we would. I've been surprised by how much progress we've made with the simulation. It blows me away when I see it. It's just like, wow, this looks really good. There's so many pieces in there and they all work. It's just really awesome. It's way beyond what we had 10 years ago. Of course, we have a lot of stuff that's in development, big things. We've talked about the day-night transitions, the new damage model, better sound engine. There's just a lot going on and these are bigger projects which take a while to do, but when people see them and see the results, I think they'll really be pleased with it.
the most realistic online racing sim ever made. This is iRacing. Detailed laser scan tracks, fully dynamic real world cars, and over 50 series to choose from. 6 online world championships offering over $100,000 in annual prizes. This is the original esport racing game. This is iRacing.
Hi there, I'm Richard Jobling, Senior Software Engineer here at iRacing. I'd like to show you some of the work that we've been doing to improve the collision and the damage in our sim. One of the major changes we've made is how our collision systems work. The old system stored the track as parametric surfaces, and the cars were made of collections of spheres. As the cars moved around the track, we would recompute planes using the track surfaces, and then test those against the spheres. This worked well for spheres, but was too specialized to adapt to our shapes. So for the new system, we've built new high-resolution meshes for each track. This is more efficient and gives us a lot more flexibility for the car shapes. The new mesh incorporates all the track features our guys work so hard to replicate. Things like curb geometry and changes in the surface material are all baked into the mesh. We've also taken our laser scan data and applied that to the mesh. And since the mesh is so high resolution, we capture all the detail that's necessary so that the tracks are just like the real thing. With our new mesh, we can now represent cars using smooth, convex hulls, which grouped together form the chassis, the bodywork, and all the other parts of the car. The new shapes are a much closer fit to the shape of the real car. During impacts, the shapes can deform according to the damage, and eventually they can break off as separate objects. All the parts, like wings, hoods, and wheels, can also hang from their joints, flapping and vibrating until they eventually snap off. All these changes are going to add a whole new level of realism to our races. If you want to find out more, please visit iracing.com and check out my blog post for lots more details.
Hi, my name is Greg Hill. I'm the Vice President of Art and Production here at iRacing. This damage project that we've been discussing is certainly a project that involved all hands on deck to pull off. We've got a rather sizable number of cars in our portfolio, and not all of these cars have been built with this dynamic damage system in mind. So what we had to do is one by one go through our race cars, and we had a team of 3 artists, a highly technical modeler, our technical art director, and our associate art director. All took on each car one at a time, and the work involved was researching that car, researching what would happen to that car if it were in a crash, depending on the forces involved in the crash, how severely it would be damaged, what parts might come off, what those pieces might look like when they're removed, what it would look like where the car has areas exposed that were previously covered by bodywork. So they had to do a lot of modeling to each race car, and they had to do a lot of work to essentially set up how the car would react to forces. So essentially setting the strength of the materials. What kind of force would it take to rip off this side pod, for example? Or under what circumstances would this nose cone get ripped off of a car? Or under which would it remain, but just be badly damaged? But all said, it's been a lot of work, but seeing the car models interact with the physics system and the new crash dynamics is really exciting and really cool to see, and definitely makes all that hard work worth it.
Hi, my name is Jose Diaz. I'm a visual effects artist at iRacing. I specialize in particle effects ranging from fireworks to water fountains, debris, crash, impacts, all in the service of improving the driving experience. So you have the main sort of new damage model that Richard's been working on. So that takes into consideration all the mounts and the chassis from the cars and which materials they are. And he's making all the calculations that tell you, like, okay, it got hit from this one side and the strength of that impact is this certain amount of values. If you hit something, that means that this mount gets off, something breaks. This gets added on top of that to sort of complement what is happening there with things that you would see in real life when a car crashes. So typically in a car crash, you will see all these little particles of dust, metal, scratches that will take all that force and momentum and kind of explode in a way. And it's all being driven by how fast the car was coming, how hard the impact was against what. That will give you that sense of like, man, that person really crashed hard, or oh, it was just a small bump.
Hi, my name is Chris Lurch. I'm one of the vehicle dynamicists here at iRacing. Our role in the collision project is to tune the collision properties of each and every car to ensure that they behave and wrecks as a real car would. And we've spent quite a bit of time going through literature from the automotive industry on the subject to make sure that we have panels that deform the way they're supposed to, both temporarily and permanently, that pieces that don't deform but rather just break at appropriate times in appropriate ways. The cars are absorbing energy the way they should and aren't sort of bouncing off the walls in crazy ways. The major properties that we look at are stiffnesses, which is how much a piece of the car deforms when a load is applied to it. And then we look at a couple of limits. One is the force limit beyond which the piece deforms permanently. And then the second limit that we look at is the brake limit, the force limit beyond which the piece will simply break. And then we also will look at damping, which is how much the piece absorbs energy versus how much it takes like a spring and can absorb as potential energy and then rebound back out like a basketball would.
Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of the Oceanic Endurance Championship supported by West End Mazda. This is the final round, and we have 35 minutes away from the first portion of this race being complete, giving away full championship points at the halfway point in only 34.5 minutes time. My name is Jay Kennedy. Alongside me in the booth, Fonty Scott Fountain. Fonty, it's been an awesome race so far. I'll tell you what, I'm looking forward to the next 4.5 hours because anything can and probably will happen.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Jay. Welcome back, everybody. This is the final round of the Oceanic Endurance Championship. Yeah, certainly turning it on this round. We've got a few cars which have come together and, you know, been in the wall, which has caused safety cars. This is now our third, and we're not even halfway through the race. It is certainly the race alive and you know, helped to keep everything exciting, which is what we want to see. And I tell you what, we're back underway. Good jump there. You can see some of the cars coming through in the background there. The faster LMP1 cars. Are they going to be able to get through lap 1 cleanly is the next question.
Just see some of the LMP1s out of sequence, actually getting out of the way to let the GTE cars fight. Front of the GTE field though, Trent Thomas, Brady Myers and Forzan El Nabi first, second and third. Forzan jumped into the pits under that caution period. Trent Thomas did not. He still needs to pit and make a pit stop for fuel within the next half an hour. I can't see him going too many more laps, but Forzan El Nabi is fueled up to the 4-hour mark as he tries to get up the inside, almost contact.
Here we go.
3 wide down the back straight.
Wide. There we go. So Trent Thomas, he's slowing up.
I think Trent Thomas has got a slowdown penalty.
Oh,
Brady
no.
Myers now in the race lead. So Trent Thomas, that has hurt.
Yeah, and Kurt Stenberg has got a black flag. Not too sure what for.
So Forzan side by side with Brady Myers, almost contact between the two drivers. There is a little bit of contact between them. Scott Stevens trying to come on through.
There we go, Scotty Stevens getting amongst it. This is what happens when you have a restart. Oh, cars in the background also getting amongst it. This is great racing. Look at that, we've nearly got 5 abreast coming down the back straight there.
Simon Black and Corey Ott both coming past this group of our lead 4 GTE cars. Scott Stevens up the inside, almost contact between he and Myers. So Myers leads, Stevens second, El Nabi third, Griffin Gardner in 4th. But this isn't over.
I tell you what, Scotty Stevens, he's getting amongst us. He is not afraid to show a nose. Going to come beside Myers now, looking at Forzan and Griffin Gardner, all in the mix here. Oh, are these guys going to be able to keep it clean? Brady stacked the car in the last time he was out there, and they've had to use a fresh new car. Forzan running a little bit wide there. Cam Dance was also black flagged. Not too sure what happened to Cam.
Oh, look at this. Stevens, El Nabi, and Myers. Scotty Stevens now leads the race. El Nabi through.
He's going to chuck it up the inside of Stevens.
And important for Stevens to try and hold this lead and try and check El Nabi up a little bit to help the teammate's car, the sister car, but El Nabi's going to go around the outside, not quite able to do it.
Myers to run. Oh, but no, they're coming into another turn. Forzan. Oh, here we go, and Griffin Gardner's back in the mix. Tell you what, this is awesome.
What a race this has been. We've got 31 minutes to go until we get to the point of our half-time points awarding position. Wowee, what a race this has been so far at the front of LMP1. Matthew Barron leads from TJ Brown and Dane Warren. Warren did pit under that safety car. Barron and Brown did not.
So, Edwards. Oh, what's happened to Edwards?
Edwards got massive damage. What's happened to that car?
Oh, there we go. Championship done. Yep. That's it. I got to go back and have a look. That is, wow, that is so unfortunate for those guys. I've got to see what's happened here.
Okay, so it's happened to Fairway back in the lap by the looks of it.
Yeah, I think that he is. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here, but either way, that's unfortunate for those guys.
So it looks like it may have happened before. Actually, it's happened in the restart process.
Yeah, okay. I'm just going back to have a look.
I think I know what's happened, but I don't want to say what's happened. I think there's been contact between teammates. Scott Stevens behind has gone a little bit early and made contact with the sister car. Yeah, Stevens went as the field was still checking up, and Edwards got clipped from behind by his teammate in Scott Stevens.
In that rear wing. Wow. There we go. Yeah, I think you might be right there. I'm just going as far back as I can.
It's right at the restart.
Yep. Takes a little while to go. Okay, here we go. So yes, all right. So that is exactly what has happened. He shunted him. Oh, I tell you what, that's heartbreak for those guys.
For it to be a sister car as well, that's the worst bit of it. It's bad enough making contact with another car at the restart, but making contact with your teammate, that is never, ever, ever fun. Have a look at the battle of the front of GTE. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 cars in a line, all fighting for position.
Yeah, wow, this is really cool. And I'll tell you what, Scotty Stevens has got away with that incident. without any damage at all. He's clipped the back of his teammate. The LMP1 car bent the rear, but Scotty's car looks to be in perfect condition.
Does. Yeah, 54 car is back out on track. They've used their spare car and are back out there again. But yeah, that's pretty much sealed the championship for the 17 car, which is moving forward and now in a second position. If they stay in the current order they are in, it will be championship done at the halfway point of this race in LMP1. But I tell you what, the championship in GTE is nowhere near done. It is going to come down to the final few minutes of this race.
Yep, certainly is. Anything can happen, and it always does happen. Love about this endurance stuff, it just throws a whole new element to sim racing, real racing, every racing, and I love watching this stuff.
It's been a far more entertaining race than we were expecting, and a really good turnout of cars and a really, really good quality field as well. Just looking as well at the strength of field in this race is pretty high. It's quite a good strength, so we're at around about 3,000 for the overall strength of field. That's a pretty good quality race.
Yeah, it certainly is. Certainly is a great caliber of drivers out there on track today, and yeah, some drivers that we haven't seen, some names we haven't seen in a long, long time. So, going to come down to the wire in the GTE field. Such a shame for this LMP1 field to be done now. The championship pretty much sealed up. It's not over until it's over, but with basically, what's that, less than half an hour to go, yeah, really hard for that 54 car to get back into the game.
Griffin Gardner in the pits, as well as Trent Thomas. So those guys now need another safety car in this next 26 minutes to get themselves into a position. This is really going to hurt that 245 car for this potential championship.
Tell you what, this battle between Scotty Stevens, Brady Myers is not relaxing. Also, Philip Morton, good to see him still out there. That car is in perfect condition. Just rolled out of the garage. He's getting amongst it, putting a lot of pressure on Brady.
It's also on for the overall race lead too. We're just going to cut away from this for a second because Dane Warren is closing up on Matthew Barron and probably looks like he'll get a move done very, very soon.
Yeah, there we go. So the only thing that the 54 car can hope is that there is some drama with that 17 car that holds them up or something like that to bring them back in the fight. Warren is such a good driver.
Brady Myers through on Scotty Stevens.
Oh, there we go.
So now Brady into second position. So this is really going to hurt the 245 car in regards to strategy. They're now in 16th position. Points awarded in only 24 minutes. This could almost hand Forzan and Rizzo the championship. They're that far back at the moment. It's going to be really hard for them to get themselves up to enough points to steal his championship.
Yeah, you're exactly right. This championship, it's come down to the wire and couldn't ask for a better finish, I reckon.
I think we're going to have a really good fight. Of course, once we reach the 4-hour mark and award championship points, we will end this broadcast and resume with a secondary stream so that we can enjoy watching back the entire race from start to finish straight away, rather than having to wait for YouTube to process 8 hours of broadcasting, which can sometimes take a day or two to actually finish itself. So when we reach the 4-hour mark, we will end this broadcast and get ready to start the secondary stream in a little while. So make sure you stick with us here on VX tonight, because it's going to be an awesome second half of the race. And I think fatigue will start to kick in those last 2 hours. The longest race we've done in a little while, and the longest race we've done in this championship this season. So I think those last 2 hours, we're going to see a lot of mistakes and a lot of incidents involving a bit of driver fatigue.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Jay. That's where people make mistakes. You see it in the real racing world as well, where we don't have the day-night transition yet, but it is in the works, and I'm sure we are going to see it in 2019, which will be really exciting, and that'll bring a whole new element to endurance racing. And you know, to be in that car for such a long period of time, and I personally feel that it is harder to do a endurance race in something like this on a simulator than it is in the real world. Although you don't have the body kind of getting bashed around the same in the simulator, you have to be mentally focused so much more than you do in the real car, because you don't have that G-force the same, and you can't get the same feeling. And you know, it's yeah, it's super intense, and yeah, I personally love it.
Yeah, I agree. I think the big thing with sim racing is you don't have that feel that you do being in the car. So all your other senses are more heightened. So the feel in your hands, your sight, and your hearing are all amplified, because you need to use those senses so much more intently to understand what the car's doing. So while you don't have the feel, it is a lot more mentally draining, because your other senses are needing to work harder than actually being in a car.
And I think that's like a good thing for the likes of, you know, Shaman Gisbergen, who's out here today. He's using this tool for his real life training to keep himself mentally focused. And you know, we saw in the real world supercars how David Reynolds, you know, unfortunately lost that Bathurst 1000, and he was just so fatigued and he had cramp, but his mind was not, you know, on it is what it should be. And I think that that sim racing, and certainly endurance racing like this, will help a lot of those drivers, and you know, that's why Shane's out there having a run today.
Just watching a replay of the pass for the race lead. Dane Warren over Matthew Barron, and Barron just didn't quite get the run out of the second chicane. Had the good run into it, but just overshot the secondary part of that chicane and gave up the race lead back to Dane Warren. We'll go back to our battle in GTE though, because Forzen El Nabi has not been able to break away from the rest of this field. Morton, Myers, and also Dylan Shepherd are coming with him, but the field is starting to spread a little bit. Trent Thomas still in 16th in class. Four hours and 20 minutes to go, and Forzen El Nabi is starting to feel some pressure from behind from Philip Morton. Morton looks really quick at the moment.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'm super impressed with the pace of what Morton's got. He's clearly been spending a lot of time in the car and practicing, and that's what it is all about, is just practice and practice and practice. And you know, you're generally going to find yourself get there eventually, and you know, improve yourself. This sim racing isn't easy. People think you just jump on it and go around a track. It's not that simple. When the competition is as high as what it is, then you know, it takes a bit to get used to. Some people adapt quicker than others, but yeah, practice makes perfect, and we're seeing that from Philip Morton today. If you'd have said to him at the start of the season that he would be challenging the likes of Forzen El Nabi come the last round, he would have laughed at you. So well done to Philip. Yep,
he's doing a great job, and pace is pretty incredible at the moment. I think a lot of teams though do put a lot of work into Le Mans, one of the marquee events on the world racing and sim racing calendar. So be really cool to see how we go next year as we move forward. I tell you what, these boys are on the limit. El Nabi and Morton, they left nothing through that corner there. I saw Brady Myers got out of the throttle a little bit earlier. Already had one scary moment there. Didn't want to have a second.
Yeah, he doesn't want a second. He's already damaged it once, but Brady's actually, he is slightly gaining on these guys. So we're seeing an excellent battle here. I think that we would see someone like Dylan Shepherd catch up.
He's
yeah,
not making as much inroad as I thought at the moment, Shep. He's dropped a little bit. He was 1.5 seconds behind last time I looked. It is now 2.5 or 2.6. And Ethan Warren also has Scott Stevens and Andrew Welter behind, but he's now defending coming down the front straight, possibly as a slowdown penalty, the way he's moving offline there, and now he's on the opposite side of the track, and Welter goes through on Stevens. It's Andrew Welter in the 71 car, 271 I should say. These guys have been in the wars throughout the day, but at the moment they're doing a great job coming back through the field. Going to go back to the front though of this group because Morton, he's right up in the draft now and possibly close enough to take this position away.
Yeah, I think so. Honestly, I can't believe the pace that he has got. That car's seriously set up well and he is on it. One person who is coming back through and is doing a good job. Good to see them not struggling with technical dramas, and that is Ethan Warren. He dropped way down the field at the start of the race, but he's currently sitting in 5th position in class, so not a bad effort, although he is about to get past, and he does get past.
Yep, so Andrew Welter, another positional gain for him. We've around about 6 laps of racing left before we award points, and fly it on by as well, as we've got it on for the lead. Side by side, Philip Morton and Fawzan Al-Nabi. Morton takes the class lead for this present second, chops off Al-Nabi too. Well, just when we thought the championship might be done, it's not over. It's still going.
There we go. That's what we love about it, isn't it? Like, you can never guess, you can never predict any of the results in motorsport, really, and that's why we turn up to the track and, you know, we turn up to the computer and all jump in and race against each other, because you never know what's going to happen.
That's why we love doing what we do as well. Oh, almost contact there between Al-Nabi and Morton. Al-Nabi just completely missed his braking marker and almost ran into the back of Morton's car there. That was extremely close.
I tell you what, mate, like, this pace that Morton has got, what stint's he on it currently? He's done 5 laps. So they've both done the same amount of laps together. And the fact that Morton is pulling away like this is amazing, mate. I think we might see potentially a new candidate for, you know, top step of the podium in some of our other series that we run on a more regular basis.
Yep, Morton's doing a great job, and I know that the guys FT1 and Pitsty as well that they're associated with from the UK, this is one of the tracks that they do plenty of laps on, so very, very familiar track to a lot of the drivers in this field, but those guys are probably one of the few teams that done a really, really good job. Going back to Ethan Warren and Scotty Stevens, Andrew Welter, this battle is pretty intense between these 3 cars.
Yeah, it certainly is, mate. It's intense. I haven't seen Andrew Welter out there too often. The name doesn't really ring a bell for myself, but yeah, great to see him out there, certainly putting pressure on these guys.
Just hearing from Ross Rizzo in the Trick Sim Sports car at the last pit stop, they did not take tyres, but Morton did, so
there
you can actually see that in the pit stop times as well. 13.8 second splash and dash for Al-Nabi, but Morton 28 second stop. I think in hindsight, if Trick Sim Sports boys knew that the Fusion car would have to pit under green flag, they may have taken tyres. Oh, as Welter's just got to slow down.
Oh, there we go. So all of that pace, and he's just watching these cars go by. I tell you what, that is the most frustrating thing you can do in this sport, is be on a roll, have a cut track, and then watch all of these cars come past, and you literally, you know, that 2 or 3 seconds that you have to lift off the gas and wait is the longest 2 or 3 seconds you could ever go through.
I'll tell you what though, Andrew Welter is running the best helmet I've seen in iRacing, because you can definitely tell who is driving the car. Andrew Welter literally all over his helmet.
I gotta check this one out. Haven't seen the helmet.
It's quite a good one. Quite a good one. It's the black helmet with Andrew Welter literally written all over it.
There we go.
It's got TJ Brown in the pits.
Just in case.
just in case
you forget your name. He's got it on his helmet. There we go. Well, big shout out to you there, Andrew. Well done on the helmet, mate.
Well done on the drive too, doing a great job with some pretty big names in Australian New Zealand sim racing. It's just seen Guy Leach get past by Aaron Stanley, the 287 car, making a bit of a comeback through the field after some incidents earlier on. Guy Leach just slowing down to clear that black flag he potentially got corner before, one of the spots on the track that it is very, very easy to get a black flag penalty. Now, Trent Thomas still battling around at the moment in 16th in class.
Wow.
They're going to be really hurting here. The issue they've got is everyone ahead of them pitted under the safety car, so they're not even really going to get any free spots. I'm going to guess that the Fusion 254 car will come in just to try and help the 245 get a few extra points at this halfway point, but might be too little too late. I think for the first time I've seen, Fusion Sim Racing have made a really strange and not smart call-in strategy. I think they may have given this one away.
Here we go. Call it too early, but yeah, potentially the pressure is high. You want to win, and you know, you take the gamble sometimes, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Actually, looking at that car of Scotty Stevens, a little bit of damage on that right rear quarter. So not too sure what's happened there. I didn't notice that earlier.
Oh, I didn't either, but there is definitely something, isn't there?
There is something there, so potentially just tap the wall or done something, but yeah, certainly not that pace of what we saw from him early on in this stint since the safety car pulled into the pit lane.
It's a good battle here for 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th though. We've got the Oceanic Sim Racing car of Andrew Welter with Ethan Warren just behind. The overall race leader, Dane Warren, coming past these guys. And Scott Stevens has got Mark Rayner along right behind him. And I say Rayner's done a really good job being a real quiet achiever in this race and throughout all of these races. Sort of a name that you see there. He's always running around the mid-pack and always does a really good job, keeps the car clean and keeps it very, very consistent as well.
And that's exactly what it is. We've talked about it so many times during this race, is keeping it clean, consistent, bringing it back to the pit lane for your teammates to jump in. And you know, as long as you can have reasonable pace and stay out of trouble, you find yourself right there in the hunt come the championship points, come the end of the series, as we're just getting one of those LMP1 cars. God, they get super close to, and we're seeing them coming into the pit lane. Which car is that?
That's
is that the
Barron.
Edwards? Matthew Barron. Okay, so Barron in the lane. Now that gap between Barron and Warren was opened up into 8 seconds. So Warren, fantastic pace. Fusion Sim Racing 54 car does have similar pace, but there is a huge gap between them. There is over a minute separating 1st and 4th now.
Saw a slowdown penalty for Philip Morton through the final chicane, has handed the lead back to Forzan El Nabi.
Oh, that's going to bring Brady Myers back into the mix as well. Dylan Shepherd, not the pace that I expected out of him, to be honest. I thought that he would have potentially taken it a little bit more to those front guys, but
I thought so too.
Not sure his tyre situation, to be honest.
Or possibly
Warren, though.
Possibly feeling a little uncomfortable after that incident he had earlier in the race too. We're 10 minutes away from the magic 4-hour mark, and yeah, Ethan Warren's looking very, very strong. A little bit of damage to the front of that car though.
Yeah, so any bit of damage around a track like this is not what you want. It's not what you need. It's such a long straights, and depends so much on your aero package that little, you know, slight little bend in a panel can really change how your race result is.
Good fight, and you can see the draft down the straight coming up into the second chicane. So we're on lap number 59, completed lap 58. Tell you what, now that El Nabi's through as well, we're going to cut away from this battle between Warren and Welter, because Philip Morton is right on the tail of Forzan El Nabi, ready to pass. This is great to see.
Yeah, this is really good to see. Oh, Forzan trying hard. He's on an older set of rubber than what Philip is. This is bringing Brady Myers into the mix, so that slowdown for Morton has really helped Myers get back into that draft and potentially take it to these guys.
very, very interesting to see how this all plays out. Will we see a move into Indianapolis? Not quite close enough at this stage. It's a really good fight though. It's very, very interesting to watch, and it's only going to take one little mistake from any of these three drivers to change how this finale of the half race will be. It's really, really tight.
One person who will be gutted with how their race has gone is the 54 car. They're still out there on track. In theory, they still have a chance, but they've only got 7 minutes to have that chance happen, and the gap between themselves and the Dane Warren Mobile 17 car is
68 seconds.
There we go, 68 seconds. So, you know, his chances are running very thin. Those guys will be absolutely gutted about that. They've tried all season long. We've had every other round has been 6 hours. So after this event will be 44 hours in total of racing for these guys, and to have it snatched away from you at the restart, a teammate jumping on the gas a bit early, ruining your chances is heartbreaking, and those guys will they'll come back bigger and better next year, and they'll certainly be challenging for the top step of the podium again.
Yep, and it'd be great to see those guys really get up to the pointy end of this championship as well. They deserve great results because they put so much work and effort into these sort of events as well. So they are one of the premier endurance teams and always competitive. Fusion Sim Racing in these endurance events. They love their prototype and GT racing as well. A little bit less of a focus on the V8 supercar. We see them every now and again in V8 Scots, but for the most part they're an endurance team, aren't they? They know how to do these endurance races and how to tackle them.
Yeah, they certainly do, mate. They know exactly what they're doing, and yeah, like I said earlier, they were around doing on other platforms before iRacing introduced the endurance stuff, and so they've had plenty of experience. They were certainly ones to beat in the first series of the Australian Endurance Championship back in the day, and were yeah, certainly at the top step quite often. So they'll be absolutely gutted. Where did they finish last season? Do you know, Joe?
Who was that? Sorry.
The Fusion Sim Racing 54 car.
I think it was third.
Third, yeah. So there we go. So they're still yet to get. They've made the They've potentially made their way up into second overall, but still yet to stand on that top step in this series.
So they've had a few good results in this championship as well this season. 54 car of the Schweck boys, and got Craig Edwards jumping in with them today. Yeah, the 45 finished in second position and the 54 in third position, with the All-Star Motorsports 217 car winning the GTE Championship, which is now the number 200 car, which is the car we had been watching, but he's just dropped off the pace. And I tell you what, Andrew Welch is about to pass Dylan Shepherd here. And a move done. So Welch is up into fourth. Doing a great job. Just another thing I want to point out too, have a look at the pace from Dane Warren. Last lap, Dane Warren, 3:17. Compare that to the 54 car, which is the car that they're really battling, 3:24. 7 seconds quicker than their main rival in this championship fight. 5 seconds quicker than the nearest car.
There we go. So
Dane Warren's just done the fastest lap of the race too, just then as well, just to top it off.
Wow, that's incredible. No one was getting close to that. So honestly, Dane Warren, every time he jumps in a car, he just blows my mind at how fast he can be. Like, you know, this guy, he runs on such a different setup to everybody else. Runs an old iMac computer and just continues to keep it going and repairing it and doing that. And you know, most people are sitting in their rigs with you know, 3-screen setups and hard out sort of stuff, and Dane turns up here with that and you know, really takes it to the top. And all the series that we cover, V8 Scots, he's you know, certainly a man to be right at the top step, and nobody, you know, will give him an inch, because if they give him an inch, so he'll take a mile. And yeah, Dane is fantastic, and I can't wait to see the sim racing career that Dane can build as sim racing progresses into bigger and better things.
On board with Dylan Shepherd as he almost got a move done on Andrew Welter into the chicanes. This guy's probably got 2 laps until we award points, because Dane Warren will cross the line before we hit the 4-hour mark for 1 more lap. So these guys are still got to do 2 more before we reach that end point. So still a little bit of racing to go. Won't be too long. We'll be into it. Welter now has dropped back a spot. We just didn't see it, but I missed it. I was concentrating on something else at the same time, trying to do multiple things at once. Also seen Al Nabi and Morton almost change position. They were side by side there for a moment on the live timing as well. It just looks like Welter did get a slowdown penalty. We come back live. Mark Rayner also putting pressure on Aaron Stanley. Sorry, Aaron Stanley's just gone past Mark Rayner, I should say.
I'll tell you one person who is struggling out there massively, and that's Scotty Stevens. We saw him battling right at that front there when the safety car pulled in. Now he is way back in 9th in class, which is really disappointing. So potentially that damage that he has sustained on the car is really not working well for him.
Every chance of that, but that is a real possibility around what is happening in that car. Just holding on to the back of Mark Rayner at the moment. Going to go back to the lead in GTE though, because have a look at how close it is between Morton and El Nabi. Morton is doing a fantastic job at the moment. He will be overjoyed with this battle he's got at the moment. Battling with one of Australia and New Zealand's best sim racers out there, Forzan El Nabi.
Yeah, well, Forzan, yeah, he's, as we've said earlier, oh, look at him, he's just tucking right under that rear wing. Forzan was the first person from New Zealand to win the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series Bathurst 1000, and Morton is taking it to him. On the outside goes Morton. Who is going to break the latest? Morton will break the latest. Get the job done.
Good move.
Oh, but he runs wide. He is seriously pushing on. This is fantastic.
Great fight to watch at the moment. It's not over. Dane Warren has crossed the line to start the final lap of the first portion of this race. So when he crosses the line, after that point, it will be the race positions from there. So get ready to go, and we'll get some points sorted from race control as we hit officially 4 hours to go in this race.
Go 4 hours. Halfway. We're halfway there, Jay.
There's a song about that, isn't there? Being halfway there.
Isn't it? I'm halfway there.
Oh no!
Whoa! There we go.
Wow.
Had to bring it out, mate. Somebody's got to sing. We've heard somebody sing on a broadcast before, I'm sure.
Oh. Thankfully, it's not me.
No, that would be terrible. I think we'd lose all our viewers.
Yeah, sorry to everyone for that. I just noticed our viewer count just dropped then too. So.
Yeah. Well, you know, I don't blame them. Don't blame them in the slightest.
This is the final lap of the first portion of this race. Brady Myers into the pits. So Andrew Welter's going to come home by the looks of it in 3rd or 4th. That's a great job from him. The Fusion 245 car has managed to get past 2 cars, Taylor Oates and John Schultz, and possibly will pass Brady Myers in the pits as well as Guy Leach. So could get up back into 12th position.
Tell you what, Jay, heartbreak for the 54. 54 Fusion Sim Racing. Craig Edwards at the wheel currently. Those guys will be absolutely gutted, but it was always going to be a hard task to keep up with that machine of Warren's. He has just opened that gap up to, what's that, 1 minute and 27 seconds separating that car of Edwards and Warren. So at this stage, unless something dramatic happens within the next couple of minutes, we're going to see that championship crown go to the All-Star Motorsports 17 car.
Still on for the lead in GTE too, because have a look at this. Morton and El Nabi still going at it, but Dane Warren is about to come across the finish line to win. Actually, he's going to come into the pits. He's going to do it from the pit lane. Congratulations to the All-Star Motorsports number 17 car. As soon as they cross the finish line, they will win the LMP1 class in this series. Congratulations, All-Star Motorsports number 17. A great job from those guys all season long. Not over in GTE though. We will go down to the last lap in GTE at the current rate. Trick Sim Sports are going to be in a very, very good position, but you never know what could happen in these races. Back on board, looking back from Philip Morton's car. Trent Thomas has got their car back into 11th position. He's got to find 8 seconds to pass Stenberg to get into the top 10. I don't think that can happen. Might be a little bit too far back. Oh, big late lunge from El Nabi, and there's contact between them. Whoa, and El Nabi goes on through. That was not the best pass. A little bit of controversy here, Fonty. Looks like we may have lost Fonty for a moment there. He's decided to disappear on me, but that's all right. Oh, he's back.
Sorry, mate. I was busy talking in real life world. Sorry.
Real world.
The real world. There we go. I tell you what, that was
Morton's got back through, so El Nabi's redressed that position as well. So I think that's a very, very good move from El Nabi, and it looks like, can't believe this, but the FT1 Motorsport car are going to pick up maximum points in the first portion of this race. Well done, guys.
Yeah, I reckon. I tell you what, if you would have said that to them at the start of the race, that they'd be leading at the 4-hour mark, I'm sure they would have said, yeah, right. But yeah, well done to them. Fantastic drive from Morton so far. That's absolutely stellar, but yeah, you can't go past Forza, and he's done a stellar job all year, every season, and they've picked up some good points as well.
So we've reached the halfway point in this race. We'll quickly run through some of the standings. All-Star 17 in the lead from the 43 One Performance Racing Machine, Fusion 45, then the Fusion 54 car. Full Momentum, Protec Sim Sports, Oceanic Sim Racing and Swift Racing. 8 cars in in LMP1 and 8 cars still out on track. 7 of the 8 still on the lead lap. Well done to FT1 Motorsport Epsilon, winning the first part of this race in GT with Trick Sim Sports Black in second position. The key car in the second group is the number 245 car. They are going to cross the line right now, and they will finish in 11th in class by the looks of things. So it's been passed by Brady Myers as they're in the pit lane. So we're going to take a break. This broadcast is about to end on our channel here. We have a secondary broadcast stream up on our YouTube channel, which will go live in the next minute or two, and we'll be back with continuing coverage here of the Oceanic Endurance Championship supported by West End Mazda. We'll be back in a moment.